Chapter 1241. Black-clothed, brocade emperor and the sunlight emperor were killed by him. But Mars Halberd didn't care much about it. After thousands of years of war, he had seen too much life and death. Even he himself could be said to have died once. Comparatively speaking, the death of the Candle Sunlight Emperor did not affect Mars Halberd as much as the death of the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengxun. However, killing the black-clothed brocade emperor made Mars Halberd feel somewhat complicated. Senior, with all due respect, the hatred between you and the descendants of the Grand Pure One doesn't seem to be as deep as the hatred between you and the dragons of the Fire Dragon world. Now, Yin Zhaoge also turned his head to look at Mars Halberd. Back then, in the 9 underworlds, you were schemed against and besieged by the sovereigns of the heretics. Although the Brocade Emperor had not yet split up, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor could be considered as the main culprit to some extent. His Majesty, the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, may have some old enmity with you, but he would not borrow the blade of an external Tao. Yin Zhaoge said, in the past, the senior of the Grand Clear lineage, Taoist Xuanzhong, helped the dragon race to suppress you. It is only natural that you would want to settle this debt with the white-clothed Brocade Emperor. Still, it should not be a death enmity. Yin Zhaoge did not intend to interfere in the enmity between the white-clothed Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd. Today is the end, Mars Halberd said slowly. Mars Halberd didn't feel offended by Yin Zhaoge's mediation. Although Mars Halberd had just witnessed Yin Zhaoge's unparalleled feat, he didn't sense any threat from his words, except for his hatred for the dragons of the Fire Dragon world, which would never stop until one of them died. Mars Halberd wouldn't bother about other things most of the time. Now that the black-clothed Brocade Emperor had died at his hands, his enmity with the descendants of the Grand Clear lineage had come to an end. Of course, if the white-clothed Brocade Emperor wanted to fight again, Mars Halberd would not be afraid or evade. Mars Halberd looked at Yin Zhaoge and said, "You are proficient in the immortal exterminating sword and the Tai fist. You can stop the treasured light imbued with the power of faith of the heretics, which makes the heretics at a higher level unable to detect what is happening here in a short period of time." At the same time, it was inconvenient to communicate in the original nebula. Because of Yin Zhaoge's strength and Mars Halberd's tacit cooperation, Ruan Mingyin, the Sunlight Emperor, and the others had no time to communicate with the outside world. However, 6 true immortals have gone missing for a long time. It is only a matter of time before the heretics find out. Moreover, Ruan Mingyin and the other 5 were together with Sunlight Emperor and Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor, which attracted a lot of attention. Although they were in the same trade, they were definitely not on the same side. They would be on guard against each other. Those who knew about it would also pay more attention to it. If they disappeared together, they would attract attention more quickly. The situation in the original nebula was complicated. If someone really lost contact with him, it would be difficult for others to find him. However, as time dragged on, the other party would definitely pay more attention to it. After all, Sunlight Emperor, Ruan Mingyin, and the others didn't come out aimlessly. They had free time to explore the original nebula. They were also responsible for finding clues about Shout Jun Wang, the exalted Wood Luminary. If I return to the world beyond worlds with your father and the others, I might not be able to make it back in time, Mars Halberd said in a deep voice. As the two spoke, they returned to the ruins of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. In the ruins, there were cracks everywhere, revealing the appearance of the void world inside. At the same time, because of the previous battle between the two, the close distance had affected the time and space again. The void world had become extremely unstable. The Tsanghua Divine Tree was taken away by exalted Fire Luminary. After leaving the suppression of the Divine Tree, the space world was about to shatter. There were already signs of doomsday. Senior, you are right. Although the immortal court heretics and the earthly sovereign have lost the whereabouts of Sunlight Emperor and the others, it is still possible to determine the approximate range of their disappearance. Yin Zhaoge said as he walked. The time and space in the original nebula were constantly changing, but it wasn't necessarily omnipotent. If there was an expert with a high enough cultivation or a large number of people, it was still possible to find this place. Although it wasn't certain, they still needed to be vigilant. So, I plan to move the door that leads to the pill hall, Yin Zhaoga said. Mars Halberd was a little surprised. Can you do it? Such a move didn't only depend on one's cultivation. The exquisiteness of it wasn't something that ordinary people could achieve. It wasn't something that could be changed with pure strength. It's because we are in an environment like the original nebula that we don't have full confidence. That's why we can give it a try. Of course, we still have to stay in the original nebula, Yin Zhaoga answered. We don't have full confidence to find this place. So, we might as well try it. Yin Zhaoga could do more things after he reached the Supreme Realm and achieved the human immortal body. That was the reason why he made a breakthrough today. After all, he didn't know that Sunlight Emperor and the others would find this place. He said to Mars Halberd, although it's hard to locate in the original nebula, if you go back and find my father will have a way to find me after I move. Before Yin Zhaoga left the mountain, he had prepared with Yin Di and left a secret method. Later, Yin Zhaoga would activate the secret method. When Yin Di found him, he would have a chance to find him. Since you are confident, let's not waste any more time. I will go now. Mars Halberd nodded. He also had a way to contact Exalted Fire Luminary, Suo Mingzhang. Although Suo Mingzhang was being chased and counter-chased by the experts of the Immortal Court, Yin Zhaoga cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior." After seeing Mars Halberd off, Yin Zhaoga returned to the world that was about to break. A corner of the shadow dissipated, and streams of light appeared. With the dim radiant wheel as the center, the extreme Yang seal, the light Yin sword seal, the clouds circulating heavenly light sword, and the evil sword Tao Dai. The 4 high-grade sacred weapons surrounded and bathed in the colorful light. As Yin Zhaoga entered, the shadow shrouded again and covered everything. Up! Yin Zhaoga put his palms together. The 5 seals that were fixed by the 5 treasures rotated together and formed a formation vaguely. Under the operation of the formation, the colorful light and Yin Zhaoga began to withdraw together. Under the cover of the shadow, the colorful light gradually became a small dot. The time and space folded and became elusive, drifting in the original nebula. And the space near the ruins finally began to collapse completely. From the outside, the colorful light disappeared. It was like a group of faint shadows drifting aimlessly in the time and space. While Yin Zhaoga was in the shadow and in the colorful light, he could still see the inside of the light passing through the time and space and leading to the other side of the void. There was a strong existence standing there quietly. I need 5 people, but I don't know whether I can find female emperor and whether she is willing to help me or not. Yin Zhaoga sat in the colorful light with his legs crossed and breathed in the fragrance of medicine. Exalted Fire Luminary, Suo Mingzhang made more and more noise. No matter what they thought, Earthly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign would still stay in the void. In this way, Astro Sovereign could stay in the world beyond worlds to keep an eye on Concealed Sovereign and also intimidate others. Yin Di and Nye Jingshin could both leave the world beyond worlds. Including Yin Zhaoga and Mars Halberd, there were 4 people. But the 5th person made Yin Zhaoga think a little bit. Chapter 1242. Yin Zhaoga's plan required 5 people. This was not a random selection of 5 people. Rather, they had to be at least at the true immortal level. It didn't matter if his realm wasn't high enough, but he had to be strong enough. There was no need to mention Mars Halberd. Whether he was a leakless immortal weapon or a true immortal emperor, he met all the criteria. Whether it was Yin Zhaoga himself at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, or Yin Di and Nye Jingshin at the Human Exalt stage now, while they were all Martial Saints, they were still able to hold their own against most true immortal experts. However, there were only 4 of them, and one was missing. Female Empress Jie Mingkong, no matter in terms of strength or relationship, was the most suitable candidate. Unfortunately, after they parted that day, there was no news from her. Even Astro Sovereign Chun Xuanzong couldn't contact her. Yin Zhaoge felt that Mars Halberd would not be able to find Jie Mingkong. Although he himself had reached the utmost exalt realm and possessed astonishing strength, to the point where he could slap the vast majority of leakless true immortals around like balls, it was a pity that quality could not replace quantity in this method. For an immortal artifact like Mars Halberd, who was like an independent life, he was the only one here. He didn't have to count on the origin opening sword, nor did he have to count on the mirror light that Yin Zhaoge had obtained this time. Although the profound sky purple gold cauldron was good, it could not be counted on for the same reason. Moreover, in this trip to the pill hall, Yin Zhaoge believed that the profound sky purple gold furnace would naturally be able to display its unique use. Even if they could fill the vacancy of the fifth person, they would probably be affected at the critical moment, leading to failure on the verge of success. The white-clothed brocade emperor, Yin Zhaoge, gazed into the sky, his thoughts wandering. Oh, right. He's the only one left. I'll just call him the brocade emperor in the future. With the death of the black-clothed brocade emperor, the white-clothed brocade emperor's strength would naturally rise as well, returning to their previous level. The problem, however, was that no one knew where the white-clothed brocade emperor was currently. Back when the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengxiang had planned to tie down Yin Zhaoge and the others so that Taoist One Heaven could hunt down and kill Xue Chuqing, the white-clothed brocade emperor had not appeared for some unknown reason. Even after Yin Zhaoge found Astro Sovereign and returned to the world beyond worlds, there was still no definite news about the white-clothed brocade emperor. Yin Zhaoge had previously had his suspicions. Now that he had seen the black-clothed brocade emperor, he felt that his suspicions had most likely come true. Back then, the white-clothed brocade emperor might have been held back by the people of the Immortal Court. Still, it could be seen from the black-clothed brocade emperor that the white-clothed brocade emperor should be fine. It was just that he had not returned to the world beyond worlds for some unknown reason. Sadly, I'm afraid that it would be hard to count on it now, Yin Zhaoge sighed. There was no need to consider the Sunluo emperor unless it was absolutely necessary. Perhaps this good old man did not intend to sit on the fence and sway left and right, but he would most likely not help either side in the battle between Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Capital Crag, and Chelan Cliff. This was related to his usual style and way of doing things. It didn't mean that he would easily lean towards the Broad Creed Mountain side when he was tempted by the pill hall. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge did not intend to tempt him, because there were far better candidates than him. Their relationship with the lineages of the roving Jade Heavens, Profound Sovereign, and the Dragon Spring Emperor was far closer than that of the Encompassing Emperor or even the Brocade Emperor. It was just that Yin Zhaoge was a little hesitant. Since he had never met the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, it was hard to tell his attitude towards the roving Jade Heavens. Although Yu Zhenbei and Long Xingxuan were of the same lineage, their relationship didn't seem to have any grudges because of the conflict between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens. However, if the roving Jade Heavens peak experts were to interfere in the world beyond worlds' internal conflict, it was hard to predict what the Sword Sovereign's attitude would be. The grudges between him and the prime clear lineage's experts could be written into a thick book. I can't contact Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu now. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly. Time is tight. If I can't find a female emperor, I think Senior Apprentice Uncle Long and the others are the most suitable. Yu Zhenbei might not be unhappy about this. If there were any problems, he could only slowly deal with it later. As he was thinking, Yin Zhaoge flipped his palm, and a small bronze mirror appeared in his palm. There was a crisscrossing cross-shaped crack on the mirror's surface, which divided the mirror into 4 pieces. Currently, there was a candle flame reflected on the mirror's surface, and it was shaking slightly. Compared to before, its spirituality is a little weaker. Yin Zhaoge could see it clearly. These 2 cracks are the result of a special controlling technique. At that time, it allowed the mirror light to display its miraculous effects. However, it's still damaged. I'll have to find a way to repair it later. He looked at the mirror light that had shrunk a lot due to its lack of power. After observing it for a while, he kept it. Then, Yin Zhaoge's attention landed on the dim radiant wheel again. After Yin Zhaoge had ascended to the Exalt's position, he already had some ideas. an idea that challenged the world's common sense once again. A martial saint refining an immortal artifact. Of course, it wasn't done by himself. The foundation came from the dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia. Because of this, Yin Zhaoge had some confidence. After today's battle, his confidence had increased even more. However, he wasn't in a rush, although he urgently needed to increase his strength. Yin Zhaoge's gaze landed on the other side of the distant space where the colorful lights were connected to. The black silhouette of the hall was faintly discernible. Yin Zhaoge looked at that place and fell in a deep thought. His gaze was empty, which was rarely seen. It seemed like he was daydreaming, looking at the pill hall of the heavenly court's divine palace that was almost completely preserved. Many scenes from the depths of Yin Zhaoge's memories gushed out like a tide. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge thought of many things. As his thoughts moved, he couldn't help but recall the ice-cold feeling when his consciousness approached the hall. It was as if someone was staring at him coldly. Is there someone else already there? Is it someone who existed before the Great Calamity and stayed in the pill hall after the Great Calamity? Or is it someone who found the pill hall after the Great Calamity and got trapped inside? When collecting the profound sky, purple golden furnace, 6 immortal bridge martial saints went missing because of the pill hall. Their whereabouts were still unknown for so many years. However, that ice cold will had already existed before they went missing. If it's not someone else, then Yin Zhaoge's pupils shrunk slightly and his eyes narrowed. He no longer emptied his mind. He focused his gaze again, and his gaze became focused. He stared at the black silhouette in the faraway void and didn't say anything for a long time. In silence, Yin Zhaoge was observing the scene on the other side of the colorful lights while cultivating on his own. Yin Zhaoge, who was in the martial saint realm, couldn't refine the immortal qi that he had absorbed and devoured the sunlight emperor and the mirror light. However, it was also beneficial to the martial artist's body if he used it. At the same time, it could be of help when Yin Zhaoge repaired the mirror light and could be used to nourish the dim radiant wheel. Time passed quickly, day by day. Yin Zhaoge carefully maintained the cover brought by the dim radiant wheel. He was drifting in the space turbulence of the original nebula, avoiding the eyes and ears of the experts of the immortal court. Time flowed like water. Under Yin Zhaoge's patience, dawn finally came. He received Yin Di's message. Yin Di, Mars Halberd, and the others had already found him and were about to arrive. Chapter 1243. In the original nebula, communication was not easy. It was very easy to cause lag and delay. Yin Zhaoge received Yin Di's message, which meant that Yin Di and the others had already arrived at the original nebula. Having heard the news, Yin Zhaoge was overjoyed, but he did not get carried away. According to the time, the immortal court should have become suspicious and realized that they had lost contact with the frigid Thunder Emperor, Ruan Mingyin, and the others for too long. Their main focus was on exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang. However, the disappearance of Ruan Mingyin and the others meant that there were others in the original nebula. The greatest possibility was Yin Zhaoge and Mars Halberd. This would naturally attract the attention of the people of the immortal court. Mars Halberd was taking a huge risk by bringing Yin Di and the others back to the original nebula. If it wasn't for the fact that the top experts of the immortal court had gone to chase after Suo Mingzhang, they wouldn't have been able to enter the original nebula. Yin Zhaoge still concealed his aura and traversed within the chaotic primordial space. After several exchanges, he had finally established a rather stable connection with Yin Di, seeking to meet up with him. "You're here." After seeing Yin Di, Yin Zhaoge received them into the shadowy region enveloped by the dim radiant wheel. Other than Yin Di and Mars Halberd, Niet Jingshan had also rushed over. What took Yin Zhaoge a little out of his expectations was the final fifth person. It was a tall and slender woman dressed in a green robe. Her features were picturesque. She stood there, seemingly calm, but she was like a sheathed long sword, radiating sharpness and threatening sharpness. Yin Zhaoge was no stranger to her, just that this was his first time seeing her in person. Proud sword of the god continent, Yu Yi. After the little sword god Long Xueji, He was the most outstanding genius of the prime clear direct lineage, alongside the sword shaking the nine heavens he Meon. Complementing the world beyond worlds, Kunlun's god, shocking dragon. Youth's eight sex. There was a saying that had spread far and wide in the roving jade heavens over the years. Nine heavens, soaring, solitary crane. Fragrant splendor fills the divine continent. The first half was referring to the current sacred court exalt, Meon, while the second half was referring to Yi. The two of them were also praised by the roving jade heavens as the peerless duo. Another reason why Yin Zhaoge was familiar with her was that she was the granddaughter of the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and the Dragon Spring Emperor, Long Xingquan. Long Hanhua's cousin and Gao Qing's aunt. The profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and the Spring Emperor, Long Xingquan, had a total of 3 children. The eldest son, Gao Xiuhua. The second was the female dragon, Xuanning. The youngest son, Long Xueji. Yuye's mother was Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan's second daughter, Long Xuening. Long Xuening and her husband got married earlier than Long Hanhua, but they gave birth later. As a result, Yi was even younger than Long Hanhua. Not long after giving birth to her, Long Xuening and her husband passed away. Yi was then raised by Long Xingquan and Gao Qingxian. His talent was outstanding, and he quickly rose to fame in roving jade heavens. Everyone praised her for having the profound and divine sovereign's looks. However, Gao Qingxian believed that her granddaughter possessed extraordinary potential. Her potential was comparable to the roving jade heavens #1 sword, Yin Zhaoge's grandmother, the sword emperor Di Qinglian. The last time Yin Zhaoge had gone to the roving jade heavens, she had been out adventuring and had yet to return. Thus, they had not met. According to Gao Qing and the others, before Yi left the roving jade heavens, she was a late immortal bridge martial saint. Although he was as famous as Meon, because he was younger, his cultivation level was lower than Meon, who had already become a supreme martial artist. However, after meeting her today, Yi had already reached the exalt realm and possessed the physique of a human immortal. As the leading figures of the roving jade heavens younger generation, no matter if it was Yi or Meon, there was no need to doubt their strength. Although she seemed rather ordinary and didn't seem outstanding, Yin Zhaoge, who was familiar with the prime, clear sword arts, could vaguely feel that the green-clothed woman was extraordinary. "Senior apprentice sister Yu, nice to meet you." Yin Zhaoge smiled and cupped his hands. "Previously, when I went to the roving jade heavens, you happened to be out and couldn't meet me. It's a pity. I didn't expect to see you today." Yi returned the greeting. "Junior apprentice brother Yin, nice to meet you. I heard from Uncle and Qing, that you've been to the roving jade heavens. I also regret not being there." After greeting him, she looked at Yin Zhaoge and muttered, "Human immortal? So fast." Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. However, Yin Zhaoge was more concerned about something else. "Father." He looked towards Yin Di with a questioning gaze. Yin Zhaoge's understanding of Yi's strength remained at the level of rumors. However, as long as this senior apprentice sister Yu's strength was on par with Meon, it would be sufficient. Meon was indeed defeated by Long Xueji's sword. However, Meon had just stepped into the exalt realm, while Long Xueji was about to push open the immortal door. Yin Zhaoge hadn't personally witnessed Yi and Meon's battle. However, he knew Long Xueji's strength. Yin Zhaoge didn't doubt Yuye's strength, but it was a little unexpected. He thought that if Yin Di went to the roving jade heavens to look for someone, it would be Long Xueji. Before Senior Mars Halberd came back to contact us, Senior Apprentice Brother Gao had secretly sent a disciple to the world beyond worlds with a piece of news. He arrived right after Senior Mars Halberd explained Yin Di. "While you're opening the passageway to the Pill Hall, there seems to be some commotion in the roving jade heavens." Previously, the roving jade heavens had been paying attention to the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall and had been searching for it. After some of their fellow disciples were lost, they became even more diligent in their search. Previously, when Yin Zhaoge went to the roving jade heavens, Gao Qing had mentioned that the prime clear lineage seemed to have found some clues regarding the pill hall. From the looks of it now, after the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong had used the method left behind by the exalted wood, Xiao Jun Wang, to completely open up the passageway to the pill hall. The roving Jade Heavens had also been affected. After receiving Senior Mars Halberd's report, I immediately asked that prime clear disciple to report to Senior Apprentice Brother Gao. Yindi said, 5 people. We're short of 1 person, so we asked Senior Apprentice Brother Gao and Senior Apprentice Brother Long to help us. Gao Shuabua and the others were still thinking about his own clan. Naturally, Yindi wouldn't intentionally avoid them. Of course, Yin Zhaoge had no objections to this. Yindi's expression turned serious. According to Senior Apprentice Brother Gao, other than us and the roving Jade Heavens, there might be other people involved. Yin Zhaoge had previously gone to search for the Fire Dragon world, and he knew about it. It's highly possible that it's the demon race that had been hiding for a long time. Therefore, the roving Jade Heavens experts that were coming this time weren't just 1 or 2. The roving Jade Heavens didn't only have the profound Sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage. There were also other experts of the prime clear lineage. Indeed, Long Xueji also wanted to take action. However, in order to be safe, he went along with the others of the roving Jade Heavens. The person who came along with Yin Di was Yu Yi, who had just returned from her travels. The situation has become more complicated. However, it's still not too unexpected. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin and thought. Chapter 1244. The Pill Hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was probably preserved in its entirety. Needless to say, those who were looking for clues would be interested. For now, Yin Zhaoge, who had Xiao Juanwang's inheritance as a foundation, was still in the lead. However, the path left behind by Xiao Junwang also benefited those who had clues. The roving Jade Heavens and the demon race were the same. From Yindi's words, Yin Zhaoge knew that the demon race he was talking about wasn't the few that were active in the Tao universe. Instead, he was referring to the great demon experts in the demon universe where the Fire Dragon world was. Speaking of the demon race, they were actually quite unfamiliar to the people now. Everyone was more familiar with the situation of the demon race's decline. As for the other side of the universe where the demon race lived, their understanding was extremely limited. Therefore, to the martial art practitioners with low cultivation and the majority of the people, the scattered demon race in their own world seemed to be everything. The Broadcrete Mountain only got some information from the Astro Sovereign Chun Xuanzong when they were looking for Suo Mingzhong. Yin Zhaoge knew a little more. However, he only came in contact with them for the first time when he was looking for the Fire Dragon world. In the Great Thousand Worlds before the Great Calamity, top-notch great demons were actually very rare. However, they weren't extinct. Yin Zhaoge had learned from some records in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository, as well as the rumors spread among the Heavenly Court's people that before the Great Calamity, most of the demon race had been keeping a low profile and recuperating. In fact, in the early ancient times before and after the investiture of the gods era, the demon race had been flourishing. There were many experts among them. Many of them even joined Taoism or Buddhism, and some even joined the 9 underworlds. However, as time passed, the demon race gradually declined. It seems to have started from the era of the journey to the west. Yin Zhaoge muttered in his heart. In the era before the Great Calamity, there weren't many active top-notch great demons in the world anymore. However, if the demon race didn't suffer any huge losses during the Great Calamity because they kept a low profile, they might have recovered quite a bit after so many years. However, he didn't know what was the situation between them, the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands. The demon race might also become the target of enlightenment. The key is how Nua's sovereign is doing now. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temple lightly. The so-called Empress Envihua was completely different from the ordinary mysterious immortal emperors. Just like the Jinwu Great Emperor, he was different from the ordinary true immortal great emperors. For true immortals, their emperor titles would usually consist of only 1 or 2 characters. For example, the Dragon Gate Emperor, the Heavenly Fire Emperor, the Thunder Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and so on of pre-Great Calamity times. There was also the dim radiant emperor, the bright connection emperor, the brocade emperor, the heaven emperor, the candle sunlight emperor, and so on after the great calamity. The Jinwu Great Emperor's title was actually the Zhenwu Demon Rinsing Great Emperor. He was also known as the Sacred True Lord, the Xiantian Emperor, the Demon Rinsing Heavenly Venerate, and so on. One of the four Imperials, the Great Emperor of Polaris, was also an abbreviation. His full name was the Heaven-Reaching Polaris Great Emperor of Polaris. Similarly, Empress was naturally not the emperor title of a certain mysterious immortal emperor. Perhaps he could change it to a more common name, Goddess Nuwa. Regarding this existence, Yin Zhaoge had already heard of the myths and legends he had heard countless times. But in this world, there were legendary giants that had truly existed. However, because it was too long ago, there were very few records left. Yin Zhaoge had read through the books of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Only then did he know of some limited things. Rumor had it that Empress Envy-Hua was born before the creation of the world, just like the heavenly primogenitor and the primordial heavenly devil. In addition, all the non-innate born living beings in the world after the creation of the world, except for the demons of the netherworld, were all created by Empress Hua. In the distant primordial era, there was no such division between humans and demons. It was customary to refer to them as the ancient races or the 10,000 ancient races. The human clan was one of the 10,000 clans. Other clans like the Dragon Clan, Fei Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Kuanpeng Clan were also part of the 10,000 clans. It was only when the grand pure heavenly lord of Tao and virtue spread the Tao that the human race rose above the masses and saw greater and greater prosperity. Of course, Taoism's legacies were also open to other races, not just the human race, especially the prime Qing Lingbao Tianzuan, who was known for teaching without discrimination. However, looking back on history, the human race had undoubtedly benefited the most. As time went by, the other 10,000 ancient races besides the human race were gradually called as the demon race by the human race. Demon was basically the title that the human race used to call the living beings other than themselves. However, the demon race rarely called themselves in this way. Besides, the different demon races usually didn't treat each other as the same race. Because of this reason, both the demon race and the human race held the Empress Envy-Hua in high esteem. However, as time went by and the Empress Envy-Hua didn't appear in the world for a long time, her reputation gradually faded. According to the information that Yin Zhaoge had, the legend about the Empress Envy-Hua finally appeared in the ancient investiture of the gods era. After that, the legend of the Empress Envy-Hua became rarer and rarer. However, as time went by, a lot of historical information had been mixed up and left a lot of mysteries. The existing information couldn't be fully trusted. Yin Zhaoge, who had gone to the Fire Dragon world under the guidance of the Astro Sovereign, couldn't help thinking more at the moment. The demon race's bigwigs are also paying attention to the whereabouts of the exalted fire. As the roving Jade Heaven Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao said, the demon race seemed to want to take action after resting for so many years. While many thoughts were running in Yin Zhaoge's mind, his hands didn't stay idle. He put his palms together, and the 5 treasures that were holding the colorful lights in place started vibrating together. The 5 seals started circulating, and the colorful lights were affected by it. The illusory lights became more solid, as if they had turned into a real rainbow bridge. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's move as soon as possible. Don't waste the opportunity that the exalted wood luminary had worked so hard to get. Yin Zhaoge said to Yin Di and the others. Yin Di, Nie Jingshun, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd all nodded and stepped on the rainbow bridge with Yin Zhaoge. In the next moment, colorful lights flickered on the rainbow bridge. The eyes of Yin Zhaoge and the others became dazzled, and they instantly passed through layers of space. They directly left the original nebula. The risk of going there this time isn't small, but time waits for no man. We have to take some risks. Yin Zhaoge used the time on the way and said to Yin Di and the others quickly, other than the demon race, we also have to be careful of the heretics. The conflict between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands had gradually calmed down after a few years. However, if the opponent revealed an obvious flaw, the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands wouldn't miss the chance to deal a heavy blow to the opponent. Currently, the Immortal Court had focused most of their attention on pursuing the Exalted Fire, Suamingzhang. As for the Blessed Lands, they noticed the commotion and stared at the Immortal Court with hostility. However, if they obtained a clear clue about the Pill Hall like the Demon Race and the roving Jade Heavens, they might be able to interfere. The value of the Pill Hall was undeniable. Other than that, I feel that the Pill Hall itself is a little weird. We have to be careful. Yin Zhaoge reminded them solemnly. Chapter 1245. There's something strange about the Pill Hall itself. Nie Jingshen frowned slightly. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I'm not sure what it is currently. However, I'm sure that there's something wrong there. As he said that, he looked towards Yu Yi. The green-clothed lady seemed to be lost in her thoughts. When the other party had accompanied Yin Di and the others over, Yin Zhaoge had already noticed that as this senior apprentice sister of his walked and shifted amid space, her gaze was not focused at all, as she seemed to be daydreaming, contemplating life. It was as if she wasn't immersed in the laws of the heavens and earth, causing her to neglect the matters in front of her. Her interest in the original nebula wasn't any lesser than the Pill Hall. Only when she was about to meet Yin Zhaoge and entered the dim radiant wheel's shadow did she regain her senses and greeted Yin Zhaoge politely. She wasn't someone who didn't understand etiquette or emotions. However, when she wasn't interacting with others, she would habitually be lost in her thoughts. After greeting Yin Zhaoge, when Yin Zhaoge was talking to Yin Di, she retreated to the side. Her gaze seemed to have become empty again and became unfocused. She seemed to be in a daze. However, her sword intent was still contained, causing others to feel a chill down their spines. It was as if it would be unsheathed at any time. If it wasn't for this, people would really be worried for her, worried that this girl could be abducted at any time. When Yin Zhaoge's gaze landed on her, she felt something, and her gaze regained its focus. She didn't ignore the others' conversation just now. She was immersed in comprehending the Tao and didn't pay attention to it. Everything seemed to be stored by her. After regaining her senses, she immediately put it to good use. Senior Apprentice Uncle Tang and the others, as well as the three grand clear lineages, disappeared because of the Pill Hall. Yi nodded and said, "There might be something fishy there." Yin Di nodded slowly and pondered. Yin Zhaoge had told him about what Yi mentioned in the past. It was when Yin Zhaoge, the roving Jade Heavens, and the ingenious Flying Peak fought for the profound sky, purple golden furnace. When the situation changed, 6 immortal bridge martial saints disappeared without a trace. They were devoured by the mysterious ritual's power. According to Yin Zhaoge's deduction, the mysterious ritual originated from the Pill Hall. After understanding the situation, Niet Jingshin and Mars Halberd's expressions turned serious. Did someone beat us to it? Or was there an expert from before the Great Calamity who occupied it and used it to escape the Great Calamity? I'm not sure yet. We can only be vigilant and act according to the situation. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, "Actually, if you ask me, that incident with the profound sky purple gold furnace back then seemed a little like a trap that had been purposefully laid down." Hearing that, everyone looked towards Yin Zhaoge, including Yu Yi. It's like a very primitive form of hunting. Yin Zhaoge said to Yu Yi, "Please forgive me, senior apprentice sister Yu. I didn't mean to insult the missing seniors. It was merely an example." Yu Yi shook her head. "It's fine. I understand." She was slightly lost in thought for a moment before she slowly said, "According to Qing Er's description, if junior apprentice brother Yan's guess is correct, then the other party's target seems to have been martial practitioners with relatively higher cultivation bases. At the very least, he has already ascended the Immortal Bridge." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That's what I guessed as well. Therefore, it can be seen that the trap is man-made, and not the Pill Hall's own defensive restrictions. Since the purpose of the trap is to capture and not to kill on the spot." Nie Jingshan went straight to the point and asked, "Then what is the purpose of the person who set up the trap?" Yin Zhaoge didn't answer. After coming into contact with the ice-cold will within the pill hall, he had a guess in his heart. However, he hadn't confirmed it yet. However, he couldn't tell others about this guess, because it involved too many people. Perhaps we should try to find the answer after we arrive there. Countless scenes flashed within Yin Zhaoga's mind. However, he didn't show it on his face and answered, I hope that the people who were trapped back then are blessed by the heavens. If we go there this time, we might be able to save them. Yu Yi and the others nodded slightly. That's the only way now. The group crossed the Rainbow Bridge and continued forward. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the hall finally appeared within Yin Zhaoga's sight once again, from blurry to clear. However, it was different from what he remembered. The hall that was supposed to be flickering with golden radiance, as if it was constructed with white jade, was now black. The closer they got to the hall, the denser the medicinal fragrance became. It made their entire body feel comfortable. However, when Yin Zhaoga and the others got off the Rainbow Bridge, the medicinal fragrance in front of them suddenly turned into clouds of mist, which blocked their way forward. Although we have the help of the Exalted with Luminary's inheritance, we still have to use our brains if we want to enter officially. As Yin Zhaoga walked within the clouds of mist, his vision became blurry, and he couldn't tell the direction. As he walked, Yin Zhaoga felt like he was walking on the same spot. However, the ice-cold will from before didn't appear this time. Not only did Yin Zhaoga not feel relaxed, but he also became even more vigilant. That trap didn't seem like it was only used once. The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall was completely preserved and not in ruins. If we only captured a few immortal bridge martial saints on this basis, isn't it a little overkill? Yin Zhaoga thought. In the human realm, immortal bridge martial saints were already extremely powerful. Other than the Exalt Martial Saint who stood at the peak of the human realm, immortal bridge martial saints were the strongest existence. In front of human exalts, they might seem weak, but in truth, any one of them could move mountains and fill seas with just a wave of their hand, and cause the heavens and earth to collapse. If they were placed in a lower realm, like the Eight Extremities world, the Flame Devil world, or the Floating Life world, they could easily destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. However, that was still relative to the human realm. In the immortal realm above the 9 heavens, humans were still humans at the end of the day. Therefore, Yin Zhaoga speculated that after the person who had set up the trap had succeeded in capturing the 6 immortal bridge martial saints who had been present at the time and then retrieved the profound sky purple gold furnace, his original intention might have been to repeat the same trick and capture even more prey. Never would he have thought that Yin Zhaoga would interrupt him midway, spoiling his plans. That was why the other party had been so furious. The rage and hatred contained within that ice-cold was still fresh in Yin Zhaoga's memory. You should be happy that I walked right into your trap. Yin Zhaoga mocked himself. He looked at the mist that obstructed his path. After pondering for a moment, he raised his finger and wrote in midair. The silhouette left behind a mark in midair, not dissipating as it formed numerous talismans. The talismans intertwined with each other. In the end, they seemed to have transformed into a door which opened within the mist. Yu Yi, who was previously daydreaming, turned her head around and looked at the door blankly. After being stunned for a while, her gaze regained its focus. Junior apprentice Brother Yin, could the profound sky purple gold furnace have fallen into your hands? Chapter 1246. After hearing Yu Ye's question, Yin Zhaoga nodded. Coincidentally, the profound sky purple golden furnace fell into my hands. Due to how important this matter was, I kept it a secret. I even hid from you guys. Please forgive me, senior apprentice sister. He looked towards Nye Jingshen. Please forgive me, senior apprentice brother Nye. I'm ashamed to say this. An immortal realm treasure is so miraculous. Even after obtaining it for so many years, I still couldn't utilize it. Senior apprentice uncle, you never returned to the world beyond worlds, while senior apprentice uncle Long and the profound sovereign were always in seclusion. The profound sky purple golden furnace would play a crucial role if he wanted to achieve something in the pill hall. Since Yin Zhaoga invited Nye Jingshan, Yu Yi and Mars Halberd, he didn't intend to hide it from them. Even if he didn't guess it, Yin Zhaoge would explain it to them later. With his current cultivation, Yin Zhaoge wasn't too worried about the profound sky-purple golden furnace being exposed. In fact, he believed that no matter if it was Gao Shuebua and the others who received Gao Qing's report, or the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi who received Fu Ting's report, they would more or less suspect that Yin Zhaoge was the one who reaped the benefits in the past. Of course, Yin Zhaoge wouldn't be modest if someone harbored ill intentions towards him. However, he had gone through many considerations in selecting his companions to prevent any internal conflicts from occurring. As expected, Yi only asked. After receiving an affirmative answer, she nodded. If that's the case, our chances have increased. Then, she no longer focused her attention on Yin Zhaoge. Instead, she looked at the surrounding mist again. Her gaze gradually lost its focus, as if she was immersed in experiencing the profundities of this place. Evidently, the disappearance of her fellow disciples originated from the Pill Hall and had nothing to do with Yin Zhaoge. Naturally, Yu Yi wouldn't vent her anger on him. If Master returns to the world beyond worlds, even if you tell him about the profound sky-purple golden furnace, it wouldn't be of much use. Nie Jingshan laughed. Within the Jade Capital Crag, no one is proficient in alchemy. The tranquil, profound, immortal has no problem activating the furnace. The only thing that matters is efficiency. Yin Zhaoge lifted his foot and strode forward. However, let's talk about this after we've settled this matter. It was just that while Yin Di and the others hadn't gained as much as Yin Zhaoge from refining and absorbing the medicinal qi within the seven-colored light earlier, they had still benefited greatly. However, it wasn't that easy to turn it into his own. Other than Yin Di, who also had outstanding attainments in alchemy, being able to use his own body as a furnace to rapidly refine the medicinal qi like Yin Zhaoge, the other three all needed time to accumulate their experience. Time waits for no one, so he could only absorb it for now and slowly plan his next move. Yin Zhaoge was the first to pass through the door amidst the mist, the world before him instantly becoming clear. As Yin Di and the others followed him in, the majestic Great Hall was already standing before them. The Black Palace floated alone in the void, and there were no pavilions around it. Waves of black light spread out in all directions, shaking the void and faintly forming a spatial barrier boundary. It was as if an independent world had formed with this hall as the center. It was clearly unrealistic to want to enter this world from the endless void of the universe outside without knowing the gist of it. Arriving in front of the main hall, a desolate and ancient aura assaulted his senses. Ever since the Great Calamity, it has always existed here, floating quietly until now. Is it? Yin Zhaoge glanced at the faint black light. It doesn't look like it was corroded by the 9 underworlds. However, it's different from what I remember. Is it because of the Great Calamity or the Pill Hall's internal reason? As he was thinking, he turned his head and said to Yin Di and the others, "Let's go in. Our future is uncertain, so be careful. If we get separated, protect yourselves first. Remember what I told you on the way here. Those who enter first will be the first to encounter any traps. There are pros and cons to this," said Yin Zhaoge with a smile. Nie Jingshun smiled indifferently. Yu Yi was still in a daze and looked like she was in a daze. Mars Halberd shook his head. Even so, those who arrive first will still have the advantage. Yin Di also smiled and said, "Since we're already here, let's just take it easy." "Yeah." Yin Zhaoge hesitated for a while and looked at Nie Jingshin. "However, we still have to be extra careful." Nie Jingshin looked back and Yin Zhaoge said, "We're all rather special. Perhaps we're the prey that they're looking for." Yin Di and the others were deep in thought. Nie Jingshin was a rare, earlier heaven nascent form, and one of the existences with the best physique. Most of the time, the word one could be removed. In terms of physique, Yin Zhaoge's physique could be considered as above average. However, after so many years of continuous cultivation and constantly changing his physique might be the strongest human martial art practitioner's physique in history. To exaggerate, even Goddess Nuwa, the creator of the ancient era, might be surprised if she saw him. She wouldn't expect a human with such a strong physique to appear in the race she created. Yendi's situation was similar to his, but not as exaggerated. Although Mars' halberd was a weapon, the soul sealed within belonged to the expert Yi Yang. He was a true immortal emperor who had pushed open the immortal door. Although he had transformed into Mars' halberd, he was still a leakless immortal artifact. According to the information everyone had, he might be the first immortal realm expert to get close to the pill hall after the incident. In other words, he was the highest level of prey that the hunter who set up the trap had encountered so far. Yin Zhaoge's understanding of Yi was limited. However, when Yin Di contacted the roving Jade Heavens to look for helpers, Gao Shuebua, Long Shueji, and the others had sent Yi over. After hearing it from Yin Di, Yin Zhaoge had a rough idea. His senior apprentice sister, who seemed to be absent from work, had her nature as such. She was passionate about martial arts and didn't care much about other matters. Her style was similar to the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong and Si Kongqing. On the other hand, her earlier Heaven Divine Soul was different from others. After counting them, the 5 of them each had their own specialties in different aspects. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Everyone looked at each other and revealed a smile. They didn't look down on him, but they weren't afraid either. You can also say that you can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. Yin Zhaoge chuckled and retracted his gaze from Nie Jingshin. Actually, he was most worried about Nie Jingshin. If his guess was correct, Nie Jingshin would be the easiest target. Only, it wasn't easy to explain his guess. Therefore, it wasn't convenient to remind Nie Jingshin alone. Instead, he brought all 5 of them together, which served as a warning. As everyone was talking, they had already arrived at the pill hall's main entrance. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di looked at each other. Then, they extended their hands and pushed the heaven-like door in front of them. The seemingly heavy door seemed to have no weight at all. Without any sound, it opened to the 2 sides. In front of Yin Zhaoge, there was only darkness. As he walked in, he suddenly felt the space around him changing. When the light returned to his eyes, Yin Zhaoge looked around and realized that he was the only one left. Chapter 1247. In front of him, there seemed to be a pill room. Yin Zhaoge could even see a pill furnace within his line of sight. Many years had passed since the Great Calamity. Under normal circumstances, treasures without an owner would have their spirit chi dissipate due to the erosion of time. In the end, they would return to the earth like ordinary objects. However, although the pill furnace in front of Yin Zhaoge had not been used for many years, the spirit chi within was still present. Any pill furnace in the pill hall in the past would be a supreme treasure now. Yin Zhaoge didn't hold back and kept the pill furnace. As for the other 4 missing, Yin Zhaoge wasn't worried at all. When he was shifting space just now, Yin Zhaoge had already figured out that this was the pill hall's miraculous nature and not some special trap. This change might be caused by the opponent using the miraculous nature of the pill hall to shift space, which caused Yin Zhaoge and the others to be separated. However, that was all. This made Yin Zhaoge realize the opponent's weakness. It's not appropriate to say that he's weak. Yin Zhaoge touched his chin. He seems to be busy with other things and can't be distracted, so he can only break us up and slow us down to buy some time for himself. Previously, exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong, seemed to have brought pressure to the opponent. In order to deal with the pressure brought by Suo Mingzhong, the opponent was also planning something. Which step has he reached? Yin Zhaoge pushed open the door of the pill room while thinking and walked out. In front of him was a dim, long corridor. It was dim, as if it was the depths of the universe. Under the shroud of the thick medicinal fragrance, Yin Zhaoge's perception towards the void further away was blocked to a certain extent. His perception was isolated within a certain range. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm. He looked to the left, then to the right. After randomly choosing a direction, he walked out. Walking in this long corridor was like walking in the boundless void of the universe. However, not a single starlight could be seen. On the 2 sides of a long corridor, there were no doors or courtyards of other pill rooms. Yin Zhaoge looked back and saw the door of the pill room he came out from had already disappeared. That place seemed to be an independent space-time world, floating in the endless void. This place is like a brand new universe. There are layers upon layers of space-time in the universe, and worlds coexist. Yin Zhaoge said thoughtfully, "It's like the original nebula, but more developed than the original nebula. It's closer to a brand new universe." In his previous life, he had only seen the exterior of the pill hall from afar, and had never entered it. However, within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library repository, there was information regarding the pill hall, which was also an important place in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Moreover, Yin Zhaoge had heard rumors about the pill hall. He had a rough understanding of this place, and wasn't completely clueless about it. Here, after recalling for a moment, Yin Zhaoge once again reached out to write numerous talismans in mid-air. The talismans that flickered with a faint golden light seemed to have come to life. Then, these golden talismans spat out streams of purple qi, as if they had transformed into a purple mist in the air. As the purple fog shook, a clear path vaguely appeared before Yin Zhaoge's eyes. Stepping onto this path that flickered with golden light, Yin Zhaoge strode forward. However, with every step he took, he felt as if he was crossing a world. When he reached the end of the path, he finally saw a new door. Yin Zhaoge tried to open the door, but the door didn't budge at all. "This is the place." Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge's heart calmed down, and he nodded. After observing the surroundings for a moment, he opened his palm. Thousands of golden lights lit up, and endless purple qi rose. A three-legged big furnace appeared in his hand. Yin Zhaoge let go of his hand, and the three-legged big furnace's shape began to change. It looked even more mystical. It seemed to be infinitely huge and filled up the entire heaven and earth. However, it also seemed extremely small and looked like a speck of dust. It was the profound sky purple golden furnace. Within the pill hall's internal universe, the profound sky purple golden furnace that had been silent all this while started vibrating. From the surrounding space, rays of golden lights vaguely extended and penetrated into the huge furnace. The profound sky purple golden furnace was steaming, as if it had just woken up from a deep slumber. A strong aura was constantly flowing out from it. It wasn't a majestic power, but it displayed a profound concept. Yin Zhaoge tried to figure out the theory behind it. He felt that in some aspects, even the veteran, profound, immortal experts like the Astro Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign seemed to be inferior to it. After becoming a human immortal, Yin Zhaoge could barely touch this powerful furnace that originated from the immortal realm. However, at this moment, the profound sky purple golden furnace's spirituality seemed to have awakened. After it was about to be fully activated, Yin Zhaoge felt that he couldn't control it anymore. This was within Yin Zhaoge's expectations. So when it really happened, he didn't feel depressed. He formed a seal with one hand and placed it in front of his chest. His other hand pushed forward and pressed on the profound sky purple golden furnace. The huge furnace started approaching the door that was sealed and hard to open. As the profound sky purple golden furnace got closer, the door that didn't move at all finally moved. As the two's aura interacted, the size of the furnace started shrinking. In the end, it became the size of a seal. It was like an identification and also like an agreement. When Yin Zhaoge pushed the profound sky purple golden furnace onto the door, a creaking sound seemed to resound in the entire universe. Then, the sealed door finally opened and opened to both sides. Yin Zhaoge strode inside, and the door immediately closed behind him. In front of him was a field of brilliant lights, as if he was within the sea of stars. Yin Zhaoge looked around. It was still a vast void in front of him. However, there were many clumps of lights in the void now. Those clumps of lights were like the stars in the sky. They quietly rotated within the void. Every stream of light had its own trajectory and rules. This should be the central area of the pill hall, right? Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. The pill hall was an important place of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. It had its own universe within. Each independent world was like a pill room, coexisting within the space of the pill hall's universe. Anyone from the heavenly court who entered the pill hall would be received. Then they would be guided to the place they wanted to go, or they would be given a pill room to use. The place where Yin Zhaoge was currently at was the central area used for guidance. Although it wasn't the most important central area of the pill hall, it was equivalent to the entrance. After arriving here, it would be much easier to go to other places. The key was that there were rules to follow. It wouldn't be like walking in the dark anymore. As expected, it's the same as the rumors. Yin Zhaoge focused his gaze and saw the streams of radiance circulating within the void. Some of the streams of radiance seemed to be mixed with impurities. That was actually showing the other people who entered the pill hall. What Yin Zhaoge was more concerned about was that there were a few areas where the radiance was dim, as if it was covered by a layer of black fog. Chapter 1248. There were shadows in the central control area. One could imagine that the problems in those areas wouldn't be small. Yin Zhaoge roughly identified them and realized that they were all the vital areas of the pill hall. The core control area of the hall, the core pill room, the pill storage, the medicine storage, these vital areas were all shrouded in shadows. If the central control area was compared to the front desk or the hall, it would be the main control room. What was worth mentioning was that there were a large amount of precious pill recipes stored here. It was even more complete than the records in the Marshall repository. Some pill recipes weren't even preserved in the Marshall repository and could only be found here. The core pill room was the largest and had the best environment among all the silent rooms used to refine pills. In the past, including the profound sky purple golden furnace, most of the top-notch pill refinement furnaces of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace were placed there. There were only a few people in the entire Heavenly Court who were qualified to use the core pill room to refine pills. From a certain perspective, the pill storage was the most attractive place, because it stored a large amount of refined divine pills and treasured pills that weren't brought out by others. The pill hall wasn't destroyed during the Great Calamity. If nothing unexpected happened, the pill storage should be relatively intact. As for the medicine storage, it stored all sorts of treasures, spirit grasses, and spirit medicines that were prepared to be used to refine pills. In terms of value, it wasn't much inferior to the pill storage. Yin Zhaoge scanned his surroundings and paid attention to the spots that seemed to contain impurities within the streams of lights. These represented Yin Di and the others who entered the pill hall. They weren't like Yin Zhaoge, who could find his path in the pill hall. Therefore, they seemed to be stagnant. If one didn't know how to walk within the pill hall's cosmic void, it was no different from walking on the spot. Only bigwig experts whose cultivation had reached a certain level could ignore part of the rules and walk freely. However, Yin Zhaoge and the others' cultivation had yet to reach the level where they could suppress others with their aura. Unfortunately, I can't only open a part of the restrictions. I have to open all of them if I want to. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips regretfully. If someone else enters from behind, they wouldn't be obstructed anymore. Yin Zhaoge naturally wouldn't give up the advantage of being the first to enter. Then he started writing in the air. One seal after another froze in the air before transforming into a beautiful and profound scripture. Yin Zhaoge summoned the profound sky purple gold furnace once more, stamping it like he was signing his name. Then, the mysterious runes flew up into the sky and disappeared into the starry void. In the next moment, the light streams that were like the stars in the sky all trembled, and then all turned blue. The speed at which the balls of light flowed had clearly slowed down, no longer forming a continuous stream of light. Instead, the balls of light were slowly moving in a certain pattern, clearly distinguishable. Then, the impurities in the ball of light gradually became clear, as if they were human figures. However, the images were still very blurry, and he couldn't tell who was who. However, the movements of those figures had clearly become much more natural. They began to search for their own paths instead of staying where they were. I'm still not familiar with this place. If I could study it for a few more days, I would be able to control this place more deeply. At that time, it would also be a simple matter to directly contact Father and the others. Sadly, time waits for no man, Yin Zhaoge thought as he observed. At the same time, he vaguely felt that someone was interfering with him, causing him to be unable to control this place better. Thinking about it, it should be the opponent who used the profound sky purple gold furnace to set up the trap. Yin Zhaoge's figure shook. As if his clone had turned into a shadow, another person suddenly appeared beside him. It was his North Ocean clone. The North Ocean clone had already returned to his human form. After appearing, he raised his head and looked at the starry sky in front of him. After leaving his clone here, Yin Zhaoge himself left this place and continued his journey. Currently, he had already understood most of the patterns of the changes within the pill hall, as well as the various paths. Now, he was going to explore those shadowy areas. His opponent seemed to be busy with other matters and couldn't be bothered to stop them from entering. Of course, this was a good start. However, on the other hand, Yin Zhaoge and the others wouldn't have a good time if he really got what he wanted. It would be best if he could stop his opponent's actions midway. Yin Zhaoge walked alone for a while. After passing through layers of void, his footsteps gradually slowed down. According to his memory, he was already approaching a shadowy area according to the pill hall's internal structure. He hadn't reached the important areas yet. It belonged to the outer area and was near the pill storage. After arriving at the shadowy area, Yin Zhaoge's heart moved slightly. Such a strong suppression. There seemed to be an invisible force suppressing the circulation of Yin Zhaoge's true essence. Yin Zhaoge silently circulated his profound art and got rid of this influence. However, he also became more cautious. If he were to fight with someone here, the consumption would be much higher than outside. The medicinal fragrance in this area is also fading. His nose twitched, and he felt that this place was unusual. While walking in the dark void and feeling the invisible force, Yin Zhaoge's expression didn't change. As he was vigilant of his surroundings, he stopped his footsteps. He found a door in the void and opened it. This was a quiet room used for alchemy. After opening the door, Yin Zhaoge's pupils suddenly shrunk. There was a figure inside the room, a person who had already died. Yin Zhaoge's first reaction was to raise his alertness to the highest. He was on full alert and checked the quiet room inside and out. After confirming that there was no other living person other than himself, he walked in and came to the side of the person who had died. This was a lean and handsome old man. He had white hair and a youthful face and didn't look old at all. His eyes were closed, and his expression was peaceful as if he was sleeping. Yin Zhaoge had seen him before. At that time, he didn't know his exact identity, but he did later on. World beyond worlds, Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak of the Grand Clear lineage, Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi's senior apprentice brother, 9th level martial saint, late immortal bridge martial saint, broad clear old man, Ran Shi in the past. He had been one of the famous experts in the world beyond worlds. Back then, he had led the team to participate in the fight for the profound sky purple golden furnace. In the end, he had fallen into a trap and disappeared together with 2 other immortal bridge martial saint experts and 3 prime clear lineage experts. After so many years, his whereabouts were still unknown. From the looks of it now, he had already perished. After mourning for a while, Yin Zhaoge said softly, "I'm sorry." He extended his palm and placed it on Ran Shi's wrist. Although Ran Shi no longer had a pulse, Yin Zhaoge's true essence still entered his body. Almost immediately, he felt a miraculous power contained within Ran Shi's body. This power wasn't dangerous. It was just that because of Yin Zhaoge's touch, it was going out of control and might cause damage within Ran Shi's body. Yin Zhaoge's expression didn't change as he immediately suppressed it. He has already died for so many years. The reason why his body hasn't decayed is not because the qi and blood of an immortal bridge martial saint is strong. On the contrary, it is because of the maintenance of this power. The inside of his body has long since been in tatters. It wasn't that his body had been decayed. Instead, every single bit of existence within his body, including his flesh, blood, bones, meridians, internal organs, and even his blood vessels that were thinner than a strand of hair, had all been destroyed. The old man before him was like a statue of sand. If not for the maintenance of the power within his body, he would probably have long since been reduced to dust. With Yin Zhaoge's light touch just now, that power had lost its balance. If he hadn't suppressed it in time, the old man's corpse would have shattered as well. And in that instant of contact, Yin Zhaoge felt that icy cold intent once more. Chapter 1249. Maybe it was because Yin Zhaoge was currently within the pill hall. This time, he felt that ice-cold intent again. It was both more real and clearer. Ripples suddenly arose within Yin Zhaoge's heart that was calm and without ripples, as though someone had thrown a stone into the water. An image was vaguely reflected on the water surface. It resembled a pair of eyes currently staring coldly at Yin Zhaoge. It wasn't as wild and fiery as before, but all the resentment and anger had condensed into an even harsher coldness that made one's heart palpitate. Yin Zhaoge's heart was calm as he met that pair of indistinct eyes. After a while, the pair of eyes disappeared, and the ice-cold intent also retreated. Yin Zhaoge's mood did not relax because of this. He's about to succeed. Yin Zhaoge felt something, a rather strange expression on his face as he straightened his body after a while, letting out a long breath. Swiveling his head to look at the corpse of old man Guangxing Ranshi, Yin Zhaoge silently bowed, keeping his corpse before leaving this secluded room. I'm afraid that the other 5 are already dead. As Yin Zhaoge thought about this, he continued exploring the area before him that was enveloped by shadows. In the following exploration, he found the remains of the other people in the pill rooms one after another. Tang Xianfeng, LV Jibua, Yin Zhaoge thought. The former was a longtime elder of the roving Jade Heavens, the personal disciple of the profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian. He was of the same generation as Gao Xuebua and his brother. The latter was Gao Xuebua's direct disciple. Both of them had fallen into a trap and vanished while fighting for the profound sky violet gold furnace with Ran Shi and the other Grand Clear experts. Now, both of them had the same outcome. They had fallen within the pill hall. Their bodies were the same as Ran Shi's. They looked fine on the outside, but their insides were as fragile as sand sculptures. What Yin Zhaoge was concerned about was that the degree of damage done to the insides of the bodies of different people was clearly different. At first, it was extremely rough, but later, it became more and more exquisite. He was like a butcher who went from being unfamiliar to being skilled, and finally became a butcher who could dismember an ox with ease. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, I'm afraid I guessed right. This area was already close to the pill storage. After inspecting the surroundings once, Yin Zhaoge headed towards the pill storage. He was more cautious, but he was also more expectant. The people who had been captured were all in the quiet alchemy rooms nearby. It was very likely that the other party was also in this area. This was especially true for the pill storehouse, where the possibility was the highest. Hence, it was especially dangerous. However, this was the crucial moment of the other party's plan. If he could find it earlier, he might be able to interrupt the other party's plan. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to deal with the other party once they were done with their plan and had succeeded. In the dark, starry sky of the universe, it was empty, as if there was no concept of distance. After walking for a moment, Yin Zhaoge halted, raising his hand to write some runes in midair. The radiance of the runes flickered in the void from near to far. In the end, the radiance condensed in the distance, illuminating the void. There seemed to be a huge orb there, surrounded by incantations. They were like ribbons connected from head to tail, circling around the orb. It was as if the orb had been quietly existing in the dark void all this time, but had been ignored by people. However, if one didn't use a special technique to activate it, one would never find anything even if one searched the void thousands of times. The orb was transparent, and a golden mist was rising from it. It was impossible to see what it looked like. That was the important place of the pill hall, the pill storehouse used to store completed divine pills. In the past, when people came to the pill hall to refine pills in the Heavenly Court's divine palace, most of them would be brought out of the pill hall by themselves after they finished refining. However, A portion of them would be left behind and stored here temporarily. The place where they were stored was this pill storehouse. However, if one wanted to enter the pill warehouse, it was naturally not something that just anyone could enter. As Yin Zhaoge got closer, it looked like an ore from afar. However, when he got closer, it was extremely huge, like a star. The profound sky purple golden furnace floated out. Yin Zhaoge pressed his palm on top of the furnace and pushed it forward, touching the surface of the pill storehouse. The three-legged furnace shone with golden radiance and slowly merged with the star in front of him. After that, the perfectly round star suddenly rotated and transformed into a semicircle, while the other side was a flat surface. The profound sky purple golden furnace stood quietly in the middle of the flat surface that resembled a lake. Yin Zhaoge didn't touch the furnace, but descended towards the lake surface. This time, his body wasn't obstructed. He successfully passed through the light screen that resembled a water surface and entered the semicircle. As soon as he entered, a medicinal fragrance assaulted his nostrils. It was so dense that it almost suffocated him. In Yin Zhaoge's sight, other than the ground beneath his feet, the top of his head and his surroundings were all shrouded by purple mist. Amidst the sea of clouds, golden light faintly seeped out. Following the direction of the golden light, one could see many small golden pagodas. Under normal circumstances, all kinds of divine pills and miraculous medicines would be categorized and stored within these pagodas. Yin Zhaoge's attention wasn't placed on those small golden pagodas. Instead, he carefully inspected the entire pill storehouse. After inspecting the entire place, Yin Zhaoge could confirm that his opponent wasn't here. Only then did he have the mood to inspect those small golden pagodas. There were all kinds of divine pills. When he had obtained the profound sky purple golden furnace, those scattered divine pills were nothing compared to the scene in front of him. Not only were there many types of pills here, but there were also many of them. The encompassing abundance golden pill. If mortals consumed it, their lifespan would be prolonged, their youth eternal. Heavenly perception would be unlocked, and they would be able to hear the decrees of the heavenly court. Those on the brink of death would immediately revive, and the dead would be revived. If martial practitioners consumed it, they would be able to communicate with the 9 heavens beyond. Even those who had yet to push open the door to immortality would be able to receive the purest and most miraculous immortal chi from beyond the heavens into their bodies. While they wouldn't be able to refine it, they would still be able to benefit greatly. The purple chi golden jade pill. If consumed, one would be able to obtain purple flesh and golden bones. They would be impervious to fire and water and hard to harm. It was especially beneficial for martial practitioners who cultivated in external cultivation techniques. The heavenly lotus 9-heart pill. If consumed, 9 orifices would be opened. 9 divinities would be contained in one's soul. One would be extraordinarily spirited and have a feeling of connecting to the heavens. It would allow one's consciousness and comprehension to improve. The specific effects would vary from person to person. Other than that, there are also the myriad wondrous flying star pill, the sacred sky pill, the clear light longevity pill, the bearing essence grand pill, the wind thunder fortune pill, the 9 heavenly dew pill, the divine aura pill, the 16 profound dark pill. Divine pills that were hard to find in the human realm and rare in the heavens could be found here. To put it bluntly, as long as he emptied this place, Yin Zhaoge wouldn't have come here in vain. However, compared to what I expected, there's only less than half of it. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. The portion that was missing wasn't wasted due to the passage of time. Instead, it was more like someone had taken it away before him. If it's not at the pill storage, then the medicine storage? Yin Zhaoge pondered the core pill room, or did it return to the core hub? As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge swept through the pills here. However, his expression soon changed slightly. Through the North Ocean clone at the control hub, he had already sensed that someone else was approaching the pill storage. Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1250. The people approaching the pill warehouse were not Yin Di and the others. Through the North Ocean clone, Yin Zhaoge already knew that someone else had entered the pill hall after them. Although he wasn't sure if they were demons or people from the roving Jade Heavens, there were quite a few of them. One of them, perhaps because of his good luck or because he had other clues, managed to find the vicinity of the pill storehouse without going through the central control center. As compared to Yin Zhaoge, who was rummaging through the ground, the other party's speed was undoubtedly much faster. After approaching the surroundings of the pill warehouse, the North Ocean clone was unable to continue observing because he had entered the shadowy region. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge could vaguely feel that someone had already arrived outside the pill storage. Then, in the next moment, that person activated the profound sky purple-golden furnace. While Yin Zhaoge was still unable to completely control the profound sky purple-gold furnace, their telepathic connection was still somewhat strong. At this moment, he immediately sensed that someone else was touching the furnace and trying to move it away. Being in the pill storage, Yin Zhaoge could also feel that the boundaries here were shaking nonstop. For a moment, he felt as if the heavens and earth were spinning. Yin Zhaoge laughed coldly, his figure rapidly rising upwards. As if he was floating on the surface of the water, he passed through the screen of light and arrived outside the pill storehouse. However, just as he revealed his head, a crimson sword light suddenly flashed before his eyes, arriving before him in an instant. Immortal trapping sword. Yin Zhaoge's figure shook, red light surging within it as well. The same celestial trapping, sword light clashed, allowing him to evade his opponent's attack. Looking over, he saw a young man standing beside the profound sky purple-golden cauldron in the air. He was dressed in a Taoist robe, but his hair was loose and not tied into a bun. This youth's sharp gaze had originally been fixated on the profound sky purple-gold furnace. Now, he turned to look at Yin Zhaoge. He Mian, he Jiu Xiao. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. I don't really like the way you greet me. This young man in a Taoist robe with disheveled hair was one of the few geniuses among the younger generation of the roving Jade Heavens, the supreme of the Holy Court, sword-shaking 9 heavens he Mian. Together with Yu Yi, he was known as the roving Jade Heavens unparalleled duo. After the little sword god, Long Xueji, they were the most outstanding martial art practitioners of the prime clear lineage. He Mian was younger than Long Xueji and older than Yu Yi. In the recent 100 over years, after Long Xueji had become famous in the world beyond worlds that year, the next supreme figure to emerge was the heavenly young master Chen Qianhua, followed by the shocking god sword Nie Jingxian. In the roving Jade Heavens, the most outstanding figure after Long Xueji was He Mian, who dominated over his peers. It was only after Yu Ye's appearance that the two became equally famous. In terms of age, He Mian was about the same age as Chen Qianhua. Counting with one's fingers, He Mian had been in the supreme martial artist realm for quite some time. After Long Xueji had ascended to immortality, there was a rumor in the roving Jade Heavens that He Mian might have already surpassed Gao Xuebua and become the #1 martial saint of the roving Jade Heavens. His master was the Valley Master of Ashen Spirit Valley, Emperor Yun, also known as the Cloud Conquest Emperor. Thousands of years ago, he was on the same level as the profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian. Among the roving Jade 7 who established the roving Jade Heavens, he was one of the 2 that remained. In terms of age and experience, she was even older than Yin Zhaoge's grandmother, Di Qinglian. Although he was still a leakless true immortal and had yet to undergo the pure profound tribulation, Yin Zhaoge vaguely guessed that it might not be impossible. Instead, it was because the Cloud Emperor had other considerations. He Mian was the Cloud Conquest Emperor's last disciple. He was praised for his achievements in the martial saint realm. He had already surpassed his master and surpassed his master. After ascending to the Exalt realm and becoming a human immortal, rumors had it that He Mian had only lost once against martial saint realm opponents. That was when he lost to Long Xueji. However, Long Xueji had already ascended to the Exalt realm for a long time, while He Mian had just ascended to the human immortal realm. Long Xueji himself also thought that his battle with He Mian was the most difficult battle he had ever fought against someone in the same realm. Everyone thought that He Mian had lost with honor. However, from how He Mian kept the title of 8 Heavens Exalt, that sounded like a joke. One could imagine that he didn't feel honored at all. He even planned to compete against Long Xueji again in the future. Although Long Xueji had ascended to the immortal realm, He Mian still had the chance to wash away his shame. World beyond worlds fallen deity, Yin Zhaoge. Although it was their first time meeting, He Mian still recognized Yin Zhaoge. Crimson lights were faintly flickering within his eyes. The profound sky purple golden furnace had fallen into your hands back then. It was a coincidence. Yin Zhaoge said calmly. I feel sorry for what happened to Elder Tang and the other 2, as well as the 3 from Ingenious Flying Peak. He Mian said, I feel sorry for it too. Fortunately, I have the chance to make up for it now. He extended his hand and grabbed the profound sky purple golden furnace. Then he lifted it up. Yin Zhaoge acted as if he didn't see anything. He only said plainly, let's not talk about the demon race interfering. Just this pill hall itself is weird. It's not that easy to deal with. Your Ashen Spirit Valley lineage has always been on bad terms with the profound sovereign and senior apprentice Uncle Long. It's normal for you to dislike me. However, don't you think it's too early to start an internal conflict now? He Mian shook his head. Layman Yin, you've misunderstood. I'm happy to see your family causing chaos in the world beyond worlds. The more chaotic, the better. That's why I don't have any enmity towards you. At least, not currently. I don't plan on interfering with the other matters here. I came here for this profound sky, purple, golden furnace. It's enough for me to obtain it. I'll leave now, and I won't be greedy for anything else. Within his deep eyes, a crimson glow was faintly discernible and drifting about. It's a pity that I met you. When Yin Zhaoge was in the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, in the late Immortal Bridge realm, he shocked the heavens in the world beyond worlds. He defeated the black-clothed Brocade Emperor and killed the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng, who possessed the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram. While he shocked the world beyond worlds, he also shocked the entire Tao universe, including the roving Jade Heavens. The middle and lower level martial art practitioners might not know about it. However, as one of the top 10 experts in the roving Jade Heavens, the Exalt Martial Saint He Mian must have heard about it. He Mian wasn't afraid of the Brocade Emperor, who didn't possess the 4 Grands earlier Heaven Flag, or the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng, who possessed the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram. However, when he met Yin Zhaoge face to face, he could tell that the Yin Zhaoge in front of him was no longer in the Martial Saint 9th level, the late Immortal Bridge realm. Instead, Yin Zhaoge was the same as him. All of his acupoints were in the Seeing Divinity realm, and he had the body of a human immortal with a complete internal universe. He was in the Exalt realm. He felt that it was unbelievable for Yin Zhaoge to reach the Martial Saint 10th level in such a short period of time. However, the truth was right in front of him. Without a doubt, the current Yin Zhaoge was much stronger than when he defeated the black-clothed Brocade Emperor and killed Wang Zhengsheng. However, He Mian didn't waver. As he looked at Yin Zhaoge, the crimson glow in his eyes became sharper and sharper. I'm not joking. I'll say it sincerely. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms and smiled. It's better for you to look for a chance to reap the benefits when I'm fighting with someone else. He Mian's sword intent became stronger and stronger, facing an Exalt like you. Yet you flee. You don't even have the courage to fight. I can only kill myself by breaking my sword. I've heard of Layman Yan's name for a long time. Previously, when you came to the roving Jade Heavens, we didn't have the chance to meet. Today, I'll make up for it and experience your strength. Yin Zhaoge lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at He Mian. He nodded as if nothing had happened. Oh. In the next instant, a red light appeared. Yin Zhaoge instantly arrived beside He Mian and the profound sky purple golden furnace. Chapter 1251. Never seen each other before? Not necessarily. Yin Zhaoge instantly arrived in front of He Mian. Previously, when I left the words on your disciple's back, it was for you and your master, the Cloud Emperor. Didn't we already see each other then? Only, it wasn't as close as now. As he was speaking, Yin Zhaoge grabbed the profound sky, purple golden furnace, and stopped He Mian's retreating figure. We've never fought before. Of course, it's fate. He Mian's eyes glowed with gold, and crimson lights flew out from his pupils. As if there was no time gap, the crimson-red sword light instantly arrived in front of Yin Zhaoge. When He Mian's sword was unleashed, the sword lights were endless. Each of his swords was faster than the previous one. In every corner of the void, red lights were flashing and dancing around. Tens of millions of sword lights were slashing towards Yin Zhaoge at the same time. A high-grade sacred artifact is useless to you now. However, if it's a sword that you've personally refined, it's more or less better than fighting barehanded. Yin Zhaoge said calmly, "Draw your sword. I'm not underestimating you by fighting barehanded against you." He grabbed the profound sky purple golden furnace with one hand and raised his other hand. Then, he punched forward calmly. In an instant, Yin Zhaoge's fists filled every corner of the void universe. Whenever a crimson-red sword light lit up, an iron fist would land and extinguish the sword light. When countless sword lights lit up, countless fists would land. Before the sword lights could even shine, they would be extinguished. Before it even started, the end was already in sight. He Mian's attainment in the immortal trapping sword scripture was already extremely high. Wherever his sword light went, no matter when or where his opponent was, he wouldn't be able to escape. No matter how fast his opponent was, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. However, Yin Zhaoge's fists would always arrive first. It was as if they were waiting there for He Mian's sword light to appear. Then, before it could fully activate, Yin Zhaoge's sword light would shatter it with one punch. The immortal trapping sword ignored the limitations of space and surpassed time. Nothing could be faster than it. However, Yin Zhaoge's fists seemed to have blurred the concept of time. It was as if it existed before the beginning of time and space, but also as if it was the end of all time and space, waiting for the exhausted. At this moment, He Mian felt as if he had just pulled out his sword from its scabbard, and when he was halfway there, someone had punched the hilt of his sword. The sword that had just been pulled out halfway was smashed back into the scabbard again. Cutting through time and space, the fastest sword in the world that could no longer be defined as fast or slow was actually beaten to the point that it couldn't be pulled out. Primordial 5 manifestations, Tai. He Mian groaned, and the red glow in his eyes intensified. He finally released the profound sky purple golden furnace. However, he had no intention of retreating. The young man with disheveled hair in a Taoist robe spun in the air. Among the scarlet sword light that filled the sky, there was a faint green glow. Green and red sword lights flickered within the void, finally evading Yin Zhaoge's Tai fist. Other than the celestial trapping sword manual, He Mian also cultivated the celestial slaying sword manual. The head of the 4 swords of numinous treasure, the immortal slaying sword, could destroy all techniques with one sword and destroy all Daos in the world. Although it couldn't destroy Yin Zhaoge's Tai fist, the green glow blocked Yin Zhaoge's fist intent, causing the river of time to reappear. As the river surged, rays of red lights flew everywhere. It was like a flood dragon returning to the sea or a tiger returning to the mountains. It was finally released. Great. Not only did you cultivate the immortal exterminating sword, you can even use both the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal trapping sword at the same time. As expected, you live up to your reputation. Yin Zhaoge praised. The prime clear immortal exterminating sword and the jade clear heaven opening scripture weren't easy to cultivate. If a martial art practitioner's comprehension wasn't enough, not only would they not be able to cultivate it, their soul might even be torn apart, which would endanger their lives. He Mian had successfully cultivated the immortal exterminating sword, and he could even use both the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal trapping sword at the same time. Just this move alone was worthy of his title as a heaven's favored. There wasn't any expression of pride on his face. Instead, it was filled with solemnity and concentration. As the sword seal was activated, countless scarlet red sword lights appeared everywhere. As they intersected with each other, They gathered together and connected into a huge sword formation. When the sword formation appeared, it had already trapped Yin Zhaoge within. When the entire sword formation was activated, it instantly destroyed the space within the pill hall's internal cosmos into nothingness. I've long heard that the Ashen Spirit Valley's lineage combines sword arts and formation arts. It's filled with endless profundities. Now that I've seen it, it truly lives up to its reputation. Yin Zhaoge's voice resounded. After that, a terrifying power that couldn't be resisted exploded from within the scarlet-red sword formation. 12 light wheels were circling behind Yin Zhaoge's back. As he punched out, the dim, radiant, chaotic light shook. The gloomy darkness disappeared, and only endless radiance remained. After that, the radiance shattered, and the great Tao collapsed. An extremely ferocious, great, shattering brightness fist exploded from within. The horrifying power swept outwards and blocked He Mion's sword formation's encirclement. In the end, the entire sword formation was shattered. Yin Zhaoge's fist was neither fast nor slow. It didn't move nor waver as it went towards He Mion. He Mion's gaze was extremely solemn. His left hand formed a sword seal and placed it in front of his chest. His right hand's index and middle fingers formed a sword and pointed forward. As the red lights flickered, the green lights appeared once again. Other than that, there were also rays of black sword chi entangling around it like silk threads. Immortal slaughtering sword. Among the numinous treasure 4 swords. Not only did He Mion cultivate the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal trapping sword, he even cultivated the immortal slaughtering sword. Moreover, not only could he unleash 2 swords at the same time, he could even unleash 3 swords at the same time. The 3 swords, exterminating, slaughtering, and trapping, were unleashed at the same time. Boundless evil chi surged. It was as if doomsday had arrived, and the entire world became a land of death. No wonder, Yin Zhaoge maintained his punching posture. No wonder you kept the title of 8 Heavens Exalt. You do have some confidence to fight against Senior Apprentice Uncle Long again. At this moment, changes suddenly appeared on his fist. The scarlet-red sword light surged. Its luster turned dark and became dark red. It became even more ferocious. Yin Zhaoge's fist seemed to be plated with a layer of dark red. Within the fist intent, the immortal trapping sword's sword intent was also contained within. After that, threads of black sword chi appeared. They entangled around Yin Zhaoge's arm like silk threads. When a silk thread sliced through the void, it was as if countless lives were being cut off. At this moment, countless black threads intersected with each other, and the aura of death was overflowing. In the end, other than the black threads and red lights, a green sword light surged. It was invincible and unstoppable. The green sword light was like a butcher dismembering an ox. It sliced through the laws of the world, causing them to cease to exist. The scarlet glow within He Mion's eyes surged, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Within Yin Zhaoge's fist, the sword intent was concealed. It was hard to tell if it was a fist or a sword. This attack of his was also the numinous treasure's 3 swords. However, no matter if you and Senior Apprentice Uncle Long will fight against each other or not, from today onwards, your title of 8 Heavens Exalt shall be changed to 7 Heavens Exalt. Immortal exterminating against immortal exterminating, immortal trapping against immortal trapping, and immortal slaughtering against immortal slaughtering. 3 swords against 3 swords. Yin Zhaoge forcefully stopped He Mion's sword intent storm that seemed like doomsday. Then, as the spirit chi intersected, his fist seemed to have transformed into something that resembled an axe, yet wasn't an axe, resembled a banner, yet wasn't. With an irresistible force, he slashed the storm in front of him apart. Yin Zhaoge's fist landed on He Mion's chest, and of the prime, clear lineage's heaven's pride, he was sent flying. Chapter 1252. The strong impact sent He Mion flying away. Not only that, Yin Zhaoge's fist was like a peerless divine weapon. As He Mion was sent flying away, The horrifying power formed a huge penetrating force, which directly pierced through He-Mion's chest. In terms of attack power, He-Mion was even more powerful than Chun Xianhua when he hadn't mastered the heaven-opening scripture. Among the opponents that Yin Zhaoge had fought against, not counting the martial saints, even the Brocade Emperor and the Candle Sunlight Emperor couldn't do anything to He-Mion when they were at their peak. If it wasn't for the leakless true immortal, they might have been defeated by He-Mion's sword. As for the true immortal emperors of the immortal court heretics, they couldn't do anything against He-Mion. However, in terms of defense, He-Mion couldn't compare to Chun Xianhua, who had fused the jade, clear later Heaven 6 scriptures, and cultivated the foundation of the world. Yin Zhaoge's fist force was endless, causing the wounds on He-Mion's body to start tearing apart. At that moment, a red light suddenly flashed by the void. An old man appeared behind He-Mion. He placed his palm on He-Mion's back and stopped He-Mion's retreating momentum. At the same time, the wounds that pierced through He-Mion's body stopped tearing apart, and his injuries were stabilized. Guilt appeared on He-Mion's tensed face. "Master, today's battle will only benefit you. Your vision in the past was too narrow." The old man stopped He-Mion's figure and sent him to the side. Then, he turned around and looked at Yin Zhaoge. After Yin Zhaoge sent He-Mion flying with a punch, he didn't continue chasing after him. He stood on the spot and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Cloud Emperor." The old man who saved He-Mion was one of the roving Jade Seven, the Cloud Conquest Emperor. He was from the same era as the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, the Dragon Spring Emperor Long Xingquan, Yin Zhaoge's grandfather Yin Xintong, and grandmother Di Qinglian. In the past, with the profound sovereign and the support of the incongruous Divine Mother, they established the roving Jade Heavens. The roving Jade Seven had either died or dispersed. Now, only two remained in the roving Jade Heavens. They were Gao Qingxian and this Cloud Conquest Taoist. His dressing was similar to He-Mion. They both wore a Taoist robe, but he didn't tie his hair into a bun. The old man's appearance could not be considered handsome, but he was dignified and gentle. However, after thousands of years of killing and killing, countless souls had perished under his sword. Just by standing there calmly, he exuded an awe-inspiring might. Speaking of which, compared to the profound sovereign, earthly sovereign, astro-sovereign, and concealed sovereign, Taoist Cloud Conquest was still a true immortal. However, Yin Zhaoge had heard someone mention vaguely that the Cloud Emperor didn't have no confidence in passing the pure profound tribulation. Instead, he was temporarily stuck in the true immortal realm due to some other reasons. In the past, he had been severely injured in a battle with the martial practitioners of the immortal court, causing his advancement to slow down. But after so many years, his injuries had already healed. The amount of accumulation he had accumulated was rarely seen in this world. His cultivation was so strong that he could look down on his peers. He was far from what most perfected immortal experts could compare to. Although He-Mion, who was in the supreme martial artist realm, couldn't do anything to the Tranquility Great Emperor and Trueness Great Emperor, they couldn't do anything to him either. However, if He-Mion were to fight against his own master, Cloud Conquest Emperor, there would be no other outcome other than death. It wasn't because Cloud Conquest Emperor understood his own disciple. Instead, it was because of the difference in strength between the two. Cloud Conquest Emperor looked at Yin Zhaoge and praised. "The student surpasses the master. The new generation surpasses the old. You are only testing your strength in the roving Jade Heavens." "Cloud Emperor, you're overpraising me," Yin Zhaoge said plainly. "Your disciple, Taoist, his strength isn't ordinary. Naturally, this Yin has to take out some real stuff. Sorry for offending you. I wonder if Cloud Emperor is going to take action personally." The roving Jade Heavens and the world beyond worlds weren't on good terms. Both sides often had conflicts. Comparatively, the profound sovereign's attitude towards the world beyond worlds was more gentle. As for the roving Jade Heavens' old grandmaster, the Vine Sovereign, and the Cloud Conquest Emperor, they were more intense. Their relationship with the world beyond worlds Jade Capital Crag lineage was especially bad. My disciple wants to obtain the profound sky, purple golden furnace for me. Only, his skills aren't as good as others. He still needs more training. Cloud Conquest Emperor didn't get angry. There wasn't any obvious hostility in his tone. Instead, I have something to ask little friend Yin. Yin Zhaoga could roughly guess what he wanted to ask. Cloud Emperor wants to ask me if I'm willing to join the roving Jade Heavens, if I can't stay in the world beyond worlds. Little friend Yin's thoughts are clear. That's exactly what I want to ask. Cloud Emperor nodded. Yin Zhaoga asked quietly. Then, are the Vine Sovereign and Cloud Emperor willing to coexist peacefully with my senior apprentice uncle, the Sword Sovereign, when fighting against the heretics or the 9 underworld's devils together? That's possible. Cloud Emperor answered without hesitation. However, it's impossible outside of that. Junior apprentice Brother Kong is the Vine Sovereign's last disciple. After your grandmother, DZG, perished, the Vine Sovereign hated your ancestor. After that, she placed all her efforts on junior apprentice Brother Kong. She brought him up from a young age, and their relationship was even deeper than that of a biological mother and son. In the end, junior apprentice Brother Kong died under Yu Jinbei's sword. Cloud Emperor's expression was calm. To me, junior apprentice Brother Kong is my best friend. One day, I'll give him an explanation. Yin Zhaoga nodded and said, I can understand. However, Cloud Emperor should be able to guess my decision already. That's right. Cloud Conquest Emperor nodded regretfully. It's a pity. With the profound sovereign in the middle, they wouldn't become enemies. However, with the Sword Sovereign in the middle, it was hard for them to be close and work together. If that's the case, I'll have to fight with little friend Yin today. I have 3 hobbies in my life: sword arts, formation arts, and alchemy arts. I really don't want to miss out on a treasure like the profound sky, purple golden furnace. After Cloud Conquest Emperor said that, his index and middle fingers formed a sword and pointed towards Yin Zhaoga. In an instant, a dark red sword formation appeared without any signs and enveloped Yin Zhaoga. It ignored the distance of space as if it appeared out of nowhere. It ignored the time interval as if it had already existed for a long time. Then, the boundless dark red sword lights started collapsing inwardly, shattering everything within. Yin Zhaoga's right palm was like a saber. It contained the essence of the heaven-opening scripture and opened up a crack on the dark red sword formation. Then, his left hand struck out with the great shattering brightness fist and exploded the sword formation that already had a flaw. As soon as he jumped out, he saw sword formations one after another in front of him, and they enveloped the entire sky. For Himian, he needed to use his full strength to execute a killing move. However, in the hands of Cloud Emperor, he could easily do it. Moreover, there wasn't just one sword formation in an instant. In the current world, among the true immortals that I know of, Cloud Emperor, you might be ranked in the top 3. As Yin Zhaoga praised, his body turned into a red light and continuously flashed in the void. This time, not only did he use the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual, he also fused many other supreme arts. Yin Zhaoga's speed was even faster than when he was fighting with Himian. Chapter 1253. Within the void, more than a dozen huge sword formations, green, black, or red, were standing together. As the sword lights circulated, it turned the pill hall's interior and the pill storage's surrounding space into a land of extinction. Ruthless sword chi filled the entire universe, bringing along the horrifying aura of the Great Calamity, Great Extinction, and Great Calamity. Merely the imposing manner of these 10+ sword formations was sufficient to make one lose all courage and guts and completely lose one's courage. Yin Zhaoga's expression turned serious. However, his gaze was calm, and not a hint of fear could be seen. As his figure flew, he rushed to the sky. He performed all sorts of supreme martial arts at the same time, increasing his speed to the maximum, causing him to appear and disappear within the cosmos. Upon seeing this, Cloud Emperor's expression became even more solemn. He pointed with his left hand, and 6 dark red sword formations instantly occupied the 4 directions, squeezing Yin Zhaoge in the middle. Then, the 6 sword formations combined their powers, as if 2 dark red pyramids were clasped together. Then, dark red radiances flickered, and they started collapsing from the inside. Yin Zhaoge was within it. He felt as if the entire cosmos had perished together, and the world he was standing on no longer existed. He took a deep breath, and his hands were intertwined. His left hand unleashed the Tai Fist. Fist shadows filled the entire universe and stopped the collapsing dark red sword lights. Then his right palm struck forward in a strange scene that looked like an axe, yet wasn't an axe, and a banner, yet wasn't a banner. The majestic will of primordial creation manifested, and a hole was forcefully opened up in the sky of red radiances. Then his left hand's Tai Fist transformed into the great shattering brightness fist. Within the blurry chaos, the darkness disappeared, and the light shone brightly. Then it was extinguished, and the 2 modes no longer existed. The explosion-like power caused a hole in the sky of red radiances to expand even further. Yin Zhaoge's right hand changed again, and the heaven-splitting halberd transformed into the cyclic heavenly seal. As if it was tearing apart the sky, it forcefully tore apart half of the red radiances that were about to collapse. Then, he transformed into a dark red sword light. With a slight flash, he was about to jump out of Cloud Emperor's sword formation's encirclement. However, at the same time, Cloud Emperor's right hand formed a sword seal. At the gap in the dark red sky, a green sword formation suddenly appeared, green light pulsing as it blocked Yin Zhaoge's path. Yin Zhaoge flipped his palm and reversed heaven and earth. Yin Zhaoge flipped his palm, reversing heaven and earth. At this moment, the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, the yin-yang heavenly scripture, and the taiji yin-yang palm were fully manifested beneath Yin Zhaoge's palm, causing yin and yang to be thrown into disorder as the heavens and the earth lost their natural order. With a slight, the edge of the green sword formation, and caused it to deviate. He himself turned into a red light and brushed past the edge of the green sword formation. Green light erupted from within the sword formation, piercing through the taiji diagram beneath Yin Zhaoge's palm as it continued stabbing towards him. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, the taiji yin-yang palm changing into the Tai Fist, earlier heaven reversal. The Tai Fist was not only used for attacking. As he focused on defense, the world seemed to have turned into a formless and intangible void. There was no shape, no form, no image. Fortunately, the true sharpness of the sword formation had already been avoided by Yin Zhaoge. Thus, after Yin Zhaoge had forcibly withstood the attack of the sword formation, he had still managed to avoid the obstruction of the green sword formation, rushing out of the encirclement of the dark red sky. After Emperor Yin. After him, Emperor Yin and Sword and Emperor Cloud and an Emperor Yin and Yin Zhaoge was already out of the sky. Cloud Emperor's plan failed. The old man in Taoist robe looked more serious. He formed a sword seal and drew a half circle in the air. The dark red sky behind Yin Zhaoge collapsed and shattered on its own, descending towards the space below. However, as the red lights intertwined, they transformed into an unprecedented huge dark red sword formation. It was so vast that it filled up the entire void. Yin Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings. As far as he could see, he was unable to see the boundaries of that red light. Above his head, there was a green sword formation, a dark red sword formation in the middle, and a black sword formation at the end. The 3 sword formations combined and formed a line. It was like a pagoda with 3 layers, and it pressed down on Yin Zhaoge. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel that the surroundings of that incomparably massive dark red sword formation below him were soundlessly rising, forming a semicircle. While it was blocking his way down, it was also blocking the space for him to move horizontally. His opponent was forcing him to take on the sword-light pagoda from above. Yin Zhaoge's eyes flickered. He didn't go up. Instead, he accelerated downwards. His entire body transformed into a ray of red light. It was like a dark red longsword, and the tip of the sword was pointing at the formation below. On the tip of the sword, green lights were circulating. Streams of black chi were circulating and intertwined with the sword's edge. It was cold and murderous. The long sword that Yin Zhaoge transformed into pierced through the dark red formation that Cloud Emperor used to block his way down. The red light penetrated through and left the three-layered sword light pagoda behind. Success! He Mian, who was watching the battle anxiously, let out a long sigh of relief. When Yin Zhaoge penetrated through the dark red formation, and the dark void reappeared in front of him, an extreme radiance suddenly lit up in the darkness. Under this dark red formation, there was another sword formation, a sword formation with red, green, and black colors intertwined together. A sword formation that was much scarier than all the previous attacks. Within this sword formation, the immortal exterminating, immortal trapping, and immortal slaughtering sword stood side by side. The sword chi rushed to the heavens, going against the heavens, and wanting to slaughter the entire universe. Cloud Emperor himself was standing within the sword formation. He was waiting for Yin Zhaoge, who had just broken out of the encirclement and was already at the end of his strength. Little friend Yin, take on this sword of mine. Cloud Emperor activated his sword technique. Countless sharp lights rushed to the sky and slashed towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled, facing this horrifying sword formation. Cloud Emperor, I'm here for this sword of yours. He formed a seal with his left hand and placed it on his dantian. Then, he punched his right fist downwards. For fingers curled up, and the front of his fist seemed flat. However, it suddenly became extremely sharp, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth apart. Looking from the front, Yin Zhaoge's fist seemed to have turned into something that looked like an axe and a banner. The back of his hand was also flat. However, at this moment, it looked like a huge seal that was facing upwards. The huge seal was facing upwards, as if the heavens and earth were flipping. The earth hung high, and the sky collapsed. The side of the fist revealed the side of the wrist. However, it was like a peerless divine sword that was swung diagonally. Wherever the sword pointed, there was nothing it couldn't destroy. In the martial arts, when a person used his fist to hit another person, the attack formed by the bones of the four fingers was called the cannon. When the arm flipped and smashed downward with the back of the hand, it was called the hammer. When the fist swept horizontally, the fist struck diagonally from a side, it was called the whip. When Yin Zhaoge's fist was based on the Tai fist, he combined the essence of the heaven-splitting halberd, cyclic heavenly seal, and the immortal exterminating sword. It was a fist that shook the universe. Within the fist intent, it evolved the primordial opening, the transformation of creation, and the world's destruction. Finally, everything reversed, and the primordial chaos appeared once again. Tai fist, great Tao reincarnation. In the past, Yin Zhaoge fused the Tai fist and the immortal exterminating sword into the cyclic heavenly seal and unleashed the cyclic heavenly seal's transformation of creation. Now, after fusing the heavenly scripture, cyclic heavenly scripture, and the immortal exterminating sword's concept, he obtained the great Tao reincarnation fist art. With a single punch, he forcefully broke through the Cloud Emperor's sword formation and attacked the Cloud Emperor himself. When he Mian saw this, his expression instantly turned gloomy. The Cloud Emperor sighed. In front of fallen deity Yin, no one could be called a genius. Chapter 1254. Yin Zhaoge's fist intent forcefully broke through Cloud Emperor's sword formation and arrived in front of Cloud Emperor. Suddenly, a sword light leaped out from Cloud Emperor's waist. It was a simple and unadorned long sword. It was filled with an ancient vibe and cold light. This was Cloud Emperor's leakless, immortal artifact. It was full of spirituality. Without Cloud Emperor's will, it automatically rose to protect its master. The upright sword was like a shield, blocking in front of Yin Zhaoge's fist. He Mian's face turned pale. With Cloud Conquest Emperor's age, cultivation, and identity, he was forced to take out his weapon by a martial saint. Without a doubt, he had already lost. Yin Zhaoge's expression didn't change when he saw the ancient sword. His right fist didn't have any intention to stop. Suddenly, a mirror of eminence hung high above his head. There were faint cross-shaped scars on the mirror, which made the mirror vaguely visible. It was divided into 4 pieces. Candlelight was shining in each of the 4 mirrors. The mirror light fell down and collided with the ancient sword in front of Cloud Emperor. The ancient sword was stimulated by an opponent of the same level. It suddenly became even fiercer. Yin Zhaoge hadn't refined this ancient mirror yet. The mirror light suddenly dimmed. However, with this disturbance, Yin Zhaoge's fist had already passed the ancient sword and hit Cloud Emperor's body. Cloud Emperor wasn't injured because he had the leakless body of a true immortal. However, he fell backward due to the impact. The old man in Taoist robe stopped retreating. He grabbed the ancient sword that was agitated and put it back into the sheath. He raised his head and looked at Yin Zhaoge. Then, he looked up and stared at the ancient mirror hanging above Yin Zhaoge's head. He Mian also looked at the ancient mirror in shock. Candle Sunlight Emperor's mirror light, the world beyond worlds, and the roving jade heavens were both in the Tao universe. The top experts of each other had been interacting with each other for a long time. Candle Sunlight Emperor carried the leakless immortal artifact mirror light with him. Cloud Emperor and he Mian naturally recognized it. Among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, Sunlight Emperor had always been close to the Qilin Cliff's earthly sovereign. Since Yin Zhaoge had killed the earth, exalt Wang Zhengcheng, Sunlight Emperor naturally wouldn't be with him. In this way, there was no possibility for Sunlight Emperor to lend the immortal artifact to Yin Zhaoge. There could only be one explanation for the mirror light falling into Yin Zhaoge's hands. However, this explanation left the 2 from the roving jade heavens in disbelief. Having already personally clashed with Yin Zhaoge, they knew how powerful the current Yin Zhaoge was. Cloud Conquest Emperor, one of the roving Jade 7, one of the oldest experts of the Taoism's 3 clear lineage. He was of the same generation as the earthly sovereign, concealed sovereign, and the others. Although he was willing to stay in the true immortal realm for some reason, he was different from other true immortals. Among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, if female Emperor Jiminkong was not included, the Cloud Emperor could totally fight against the other 4 emperors alone. Even so, however, he was still defeated by Yin Zhaoge's fist by a single move. However, being defeated was one thing, and having his immortal weapon fall into someone else's hands was another. He Mian only hoped that Yin Zhaoge had only taken the Sunlight Emperor's weapon. If there were other consequences, it would be unimaginable. Did he have the origin opening sword or some other immortal artifact with him? He Mian looked at Yin Zhaoge and guessed. Halfway through his thoughts, he was filled with bitterness. It was meaningless for him to think about these things now. He Mian still had the confidence to fight with Long Xueji again after he ascended to the immortal realm. However, after the battle with Yin Zhaoge, his heart was filled with uncertainty. This was an experience he had never experienced before in his life. He Mian's determination and strength were undeniable for being able to reach this step. He immediately noticed that his state of mind was unstable. He immediately calmed himself down, concealed his spirit, looked inside his body, and started to refine his sword heart. His Majesty Emperor Yun's ambition is worthy of admiration. Yin Zhaoge didn't look at He Mian, nor did he explain anything about the mirror light above his head. He kept the ancient mirror leisurely and looked at the Cloud Conquest Emperor with a smile. This prime clear lineage's sword cultivator was proficient in both sword and formation. After Yin Zhaoge fought with this pair of master and disciple, he vaguely felt that the Cloud Emperor wanted to recreate the legendary immortal extermination formation that had been lost for many years. The Cloud Conquest Emperor shook his head. It's easier said than done. Even the beginning was difficult. With such determination, you have already surpassed a lot of people, said Yin Zhaoge. He waved his hand. Today I won by half a move. If Cloud Emperor still wants to spar with me, I will continue to accompany you. It's fine even if you use the clear accomplishment sword. However, just like what I said to Daoist, the pill hall that we are in seems to be weird. We can't underestimate it. The clear accomplishment sword was the Cloud Conquest Emperor's sword. It was a leakless, immortal artifact. With the Cloud Conquest Emperor's strength, the moment he held the sword, it would be a completely different scene. When the Cloud Conquest Emperor heard this, he shook his head. Although he could tell that Yin Zhaoge didn't refine the mirror light. Who knew if Yin Zhaoge had the origin-opening sword or other immortal artifacts with him? Even if he didn't, with his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to just leave. Moreover, when he saw the mirror light, the Cloud Emperor instantly thought of many things. He looked at Yin Zhaoge, a new generation replacing the old. Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian can rest in peace now that they have such a descendant. You flatter me, Cloud Emperor. Yin Zhaoge nodded. He kept the profound sky, purple golden furnace, and stopped looking at the pill storage below. He had already looted a large amount of the divine pills stored in the pill storage previously. Although the remaining ones were precious, he didn't need to waste time to reorganize them. His fight with Daoist Cloud Conquest and Mian took up a little more time. Yin Zhaoge was more concerned about the opponent who got here first and took away a large amount of divine pills from the pill storage. After thinking for a while, he continued his journey. This time, his target was the core control center of the pill hall. The Cloud Emperor and Mian looked at Yin Zhaoge's actions curiously. Mian looked at his master. The Cloud Emperor shook his head. Without the profound sky, purple golden furnace, it's hard to open the spatial world below within a short period of time. After that, he chased after Yin Zhaoge, and Mian followed him. Just now, the fallen deity said that there's something special about the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's pill hall, asked the Cloud Emperor. If he could obtain the profound sky, purple golden furnace, his wish would be fulfilled. Now that he couldn't obtain the profound sky, purple golden furnace, he could only take a step back and see if there were any other rewards in the pill hall. The profound sky, purple golden furnace wasn't the only legendary pill furnace here. There were also various kinds of treasures in the legends. Yin Zhaoge didn't reject the Cloud Emperor and Mian. He simply said, within the pill hall, there seems to be some kind of existence, some kind of will. I'm not sure if someone got here first, or if there's an expert from before the Great Calamity residing here. However, there's no doubt that we have to guard against it. The Cloud Conquest Emperor and Mian frowned. Mian muttered to himself. Other than that, the demon race is also involved in this. That's right. Yin Zhaoge communicated with the North Ocean clone who was at the control center of the hall. He knew that it wasn't just one group of people that entered the pill hall. They were all going deeper into the pill hall. He followed the path forward. After passing through layers of space, a bright nebula suddenly appeared in the dark cosmos in front of him. The pill hall's core hub, the purple divine pavilion. Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes. Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1255. Within the pill hall's internal cosmos, other places would remain invisible if they weren't activated through special methods. As for the purple divine pavilion, which was the core hub, it was like a shining nebula, although the pitch-black void made people lose their sense of distance. However, looking at the nebula, one could still feel that this nebula was the center of the inner hall's universe. Although it was the first time Cloud Conquest Emperor and Mian arrived at this place, they could tell that something was amiss. As for Yin Zhaoge, who had come looking for them, they could not help but view him in a different light. Mian and his disciple found the vicinity of the pill warehouse not purely because they were lucky. They had obtained some concrete clues regarding the pill hall. This clue was related to the pill warehouse. The pill storehouse was shrouded in a mysterious shadow, which made it difficult for them to find it. But in the end, they still managed to find their way there without having to waste too much time. In the end, Yin Zhaoge was even faster than them. It could be said that it was a coincidence that they had only met in the pill warehouse. However, now that Yin Zhaoge had found the purple divine pavilion as if he was familiar with it, it couldn't be explained as a coincidence. The profound sky purple golden furnace might be able to open up many important departments in the pill hall, but it wouldn't be able to guide the way. Cloud Conquest Emperor and Meon looked at each other. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. However, master and disciple did not speak as their gazes returned to Yin Zhaoge, quietly observing the situation. Yin Zhaoge felt their gazes, but ignored them. While observing the glowing nebula in front of him, he casually asked, "I wonder which seniors and fellow Taoists of the roving Jade Heavens have come this time?" Emperor Yun and his disciple did not hide anything. "Other than my master, His Majesty Emperor Jun has also arrived," Meon replied calmly. Yin Zhaoge nodded. "Senior apprentice Uncle Long has also arrived." Emperor Jun, also known as Emperor Chun Jun, was Long Shueji's emperor title after he pushed open the immortal door and stepped into the true immortal realm. Their Majesties Xian, Tung, and Senior Apprentice Granduncle Long are not here yet. Yin Zhaoge raised his hand and wrote some inscriptions within the air. The runes formed of light, not dissipating for a long time. It was expected that Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor didn't come. Back then, they were injured by Jian Mingkong in the Nine Nether. Even though they had fully recovered, they still needed to recuperate. The martial practitioners of the Prime Clear lineage were sharp in killing, but they were not good at maintaining their health. It was especially so for the sword cultivators who practiced the Four Swords of Numinous Treasure. The Four Swords of Numinous Treasure were extremely fierce and ruthless. Although it was convenient to kill the enemy, it also consumed a lot of energy for the cultivator. If he was not careful, he might even hurt himself. Just by cultivating the Four Swords of Numinous Treasure, in order to support such a strong sword intent, the burden on the martial artist's body was very great. Although the sword might was peerless, it could not last long in a battle. Normally, one could not use more than a few swords. He had to cultivate it together with the 5 scriptures of a new era, relying on the 5 scriptures of the new era to recuperate and accumulate Yuan Qi at the same time. Only then could he withstand the huge consumption. Even so, in terms of recuperation and recovery, they were inferior to the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages under most circumstances. The Cloud Emperor and Meon were paying attention to the runes that Yin Zhaoge wrote. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, Meon answered while looking. "The Profound Sovereign, the Old Grand Master, and the Dragon Spring Emperor have yet to come out from seclusion. We don't know if they can make it in time." Instead, he paused for a moment and continued. "Lofty Sovereign His Majesty has also arrived this time." Lofty Sovereign? Yin Zhaoge's finger that was writing runes in the air stopped for a moment. Lofty Sovereign Zhang Buxu? Meon did not say anything when Yin Zhaoge called his name directly. He pretended not to hear it. The Cloud Conquest Emperor nodded slowly. "That's right, Taoist Zhang. The lofty Sovereign Zhang Buxu, along with the profound Sovereign Gao Qing Xian and the Cloud Emperor Taoist Cloud Conquest, was one of the roving Jade Seven. They established the roving Jade Heavens together. He was a profound, immortal expert of the Prime Clear lineage. However, just like how the world beyond worlds had a split in the past, the roving Jade Heavens had also experienced something similar. In general, the roving Jade Heavens' attitude towards the immortal court heretics was fierce and tough. However, among the Prime Clear lineage experts, there were some who had a gentler attitude towards the immortal court. They advocated for the world beyond worlds to slowly develop themselves and slowly develop themselves. One of the representatives was one of the roving Jade Seven, the lofty sovereign. After that, because he had a serious disagreement with the other top bigwigs of the roving Jade Heavens, they parted ways and the lofty sovereign left the roving Jade Heavens. However, just like how the exalted would shout Jun Wang and the others didn't join the roving Jade Heavens, the lofty sovereign didn't join the world beyond worlds after leaving the roving Jade Heavens. Just like the profound sovereign, Gao Qing Xian and Yin Zhaoge's grandmother, Di Qinglian, this Prime Clear bigwig was a personal disciple of the roving Jade Heavens' old Grandmaster, the Divine Sovereign. Unfortunately, the huge difference in ideology caused them to become strangers. In the past, the Divine Sovereign had almost purged her sect. Di Qingyan had died young. The lofty sovereign had betrayed her, and the profound sovereign had disagreed with her on many matters. All of these had made the divine sovereign feel rather frustrated, which was why she valued her closed-door disciple so much. Who would have thought that her closed-door disciple would also die young? No wonder she hated the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei, so much. To the roving jade heavens, lofty sovereign was clearly a taboo figure. Hearing that he had come to the pill hall, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He turned around and looked at the Cloud Emperor and his disciple. He Mian said, "His Majesty lofty sovereign obtained the clues himself and came here on his own. He might have more clues than us. Although we have different views on the path we want to take, and I don't agree with Taoist Zhang's choice, he didn't join the heretics." Cloud Emperor said calmly, "The news regarding the pill hall hasn't been discovered by the heretics yet. From this, it can be seen that Taoist Zhang has his own thoughts about this place." Yin Zhaoge's expression relaxed. He turned around and started writing again. "I'm not afraid of him having other thoughts. As long as we don't sell it to the heretics and let it circulate within our orthodox Taoism, whoever gains it will depend on their own capabilities." After finishing the last stroke, Yin Zhaoge pushed his palm forward. A beautiful scripture transformed into a stream of light and fell into the bright nebula in front of him. After a while, the bright nebula started rotating. Starlights that were as vast as the ocean rose and fell. In the end, a whirlpool appeared in the center of the nebula. Yin Zhaoge summoned the profound sky-purple golden furnace again and threw it into the whirlpool. In the next moment, boundless radiance gushed out from the bottom of the whirlpool. It completely lit up the dark cosmos far away and dyed everything purple. Yin Zhaoge was expressionless. After staring at the purple light for a while, his figure descended and fell into the purple light. He sank into the whirlpool together with the purple light. The Cloud Conquest Emperor didn't say anything and followed behind Yin Zhaoge. When he Mian saw it, he did the same. When the purple radiance dissipated, a loft appeared in Yin Zhaoge's vision. The loft wasn't big, and the furnishings were normal. It was hard to imagine that the exterior of the loft was such a huge nebula. There was a stale aura in this place. Only when Yin Zhaoge and the other two arrived did it have a chance of survival. Yin Zhaoge looked around, and his expression was subtle. This is the legendary Purple Divine Pavilion, the center of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall before the Great Calamity. As the top-notch expert of the roving Jade Heavens, the Cloud Conquest Emperor had access to many secrets and information. He looked around the loft. Logically speaking, if the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit didn't perish, it should be here, right? Chapter 1256. Hall Spirit. Yin Zhaoge's mind went blank for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Normally, it should be here. He nodded and said, "Before the Great Calamity, the few core buildings of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace all had their own hall spirits to maintain their daily operations. There was no need for the experts of the Heavenly Court to stay here to look after them. Although the hall spirit had consciousness, it didn't have any intelligence. It didn't have its own consciousness, thoughts, and memories like other intelligent beings. It could only handle things mechanically." The Cloud Conquest Emperor seemed to have thought of something and fell into silence. Yin Zhaoge was walking in the pavilion. His finger lightly brushed past the tables and chairs in the pavilion. He wrote talismans in the air one after another. The talismans sank into the void within the pavilion. Before they could touch the building itself, they disappeared. Cloud Emperor and Mian looked at Yin Zhaoge's actions quietly. They didn't disturb him, nor did they fight for him. After a while, Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "It's like there's a layer separating us from refining the Pill Hall. Although it's useful, it's still far from succeeding. If the Hall Spirit had perished, refining it would take time and effort, but there's still hope." Cloud Emperor said softly, "If we can't completely refine it, it means that the Hall Spirit is still here." Mian frowned, "But the Hall Spirit doesn't seem to be here. If it's not in deep slumber due to its injuries, does it mean that the Hall Spirit has left the Purple Divine Pavilion?" He looked at his master with uncertainty. Yeah, but normally speaking, that should be impossible. Cloud Emperor turned his head and looked at Yin Zhaoge. Previously, the fallen deity said that this pill hall isn't normal. From the looks of it now, it's true. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the top of the pavilion. Mian understood it now, and his face was filled with disbelief. The pill hall's hall spirit has its own intelligence. Not only did it have its own intelligence, it even condensed into a soul and went out of its body. Cloud Emperor said slowly. The body. Here was naturally the purple divine pavilion that the three of them were currently in. Although it can leave the purple divine pavilion, it can't leave the pill hall's territory. It can only move around within the hall's universe. The Cloud Emperor sighed. The ones who occupied this place were not the old and young of the heavenly court from before the great calamity, nor were they outsiders like us. Instead, it was the pill hall's hall spirit that had its own ideas. The disappearance of the three people from Minor White Peak was caused by this hall spirit? Mian quickly connected the dots and asked in a deep voice. The Cloud Emperor nodded lightly. It's most likely true. However, we don't know if they're dead or alive. We also don't know why the spirit of the pill hall captured them. The three of them and the three fellow Taoists of ingenious Flying Peak who went missing along with them have already perished, Yin Zhaoge said softly now. Emperor Yun and Mian could not help but look at him. The corpses of the six of them were all kept by this Yin Zhaoge said. Although there were many disputes with the bloodline of the mysterious sovereign, Emperor Yun and Mian both nodded and said, "Thank you, fallen deity." Yin Zhaoge didn't say anything more as he continued roaming about within the pavilion. If the pill hall's hall spirit develops its own intelligence and has the intention to make things difficult for us, wouldn't it be extremely convenient? We'll be like sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, said Mian with a frown. After he left the purple divine pavilion, his control over the pill hall would also decrease. Yin Zhaoge didn't turn his head back. As he explored the pavilion, he answered. When Mian heard this, he went into deep thought. If that's the case, why did the hall spirit leave the core hub of the pill hall, the purple divine pavilion? Yin Zhaoge slowly walked around. After a while, he suddenly extended his hand and reached into the void. In his other hand, the profound sky purple golden furnace appeared. The huge furnace shrunk and landed on Yin Zhaoge's palm. Then it shone with radiance. After a while, Yin Zhaoge slowly retracted his palm that was reaching into the void. Within his hand, rays of flowing lights appeared. Yin Zhaoge placed these lights into the profound sky purple golden furnace, and the furnace immediately let out a loud bang. When the furnace's cover was opened again, a jade slip that was flickering with purple radiance slowly flew out from within. After Yin Zhaoge received the jade slip, he exerted force with his 5 fingers and directly crushed the purple jade slip. Following his action, the pavilion suddenly trembled slightly. The center, south, west, northeast, and northwest of the ground respectively lit up. Within the light, an altar condensed and formed. At this moment, no matter if it was Yin Zhaoge or the Cloud Emperor, both of them felt a chill in their hearts. An ice-cold thought suddenly rose in the hearts of the three of them. It was as if a pair of cold eyes was staring at them. Yin Zhaoge ignored it and walked forward. He first came to the side of the altar at the center and placed the profound sky purple golden furnace on it. In the sky above the altar, lights and shadows changed. In the end, they condensed into ancient runes and were engraved in the void. My time is running out. Unfortunately, I didn't prepare enough. Between success and failure, the only thing I can do now is to take a risk so that I won't just sit there and wait for death. I only hate that kid for robbing the furnace and spoiling my plan. If I succeed, I will definitely kill him. The Cloud Conquest Emperor walked to Yin Zhaoge's side. He had done some research on ancient runes and could roughly understand the runes in the void. After reading it, he turned his gaze towards Yin Zhaoge. The existence that left the runes must be the hall spirit, and the person he hated was right in front of him. Yin Zhaoge went into deep thought. Because he had taken away the profound sky purple golden furnace, it caused the other party to be unable to continue capturing people. That was why he said that he didn't prepare enough and that he was in between success and failure. The Hall Spirit had originally planned to slowly think of another way. He wanted to wait until he was fully prepared before taking action. However, the Exalted would luminary, shout Jun Wang, open the path to the Pill Hall. The appearance of the Exalted Fire, Suo Mingzhang, gave the Hall Spirit a huge sense of danger and urgency. He had no choice but to take a risk and activate his plan in advance. That was why he left the Purple Divine Pavilion. He hoped to complete his plan before Yin Zhaoge and the others, or rather, before Suo Mingzhang arrived. Under the premise of not knowing when Suo Mingzhang would arrive, he naturally hoped that he could take action as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge took the profound sky purple golden furnace. After thinking for a while, he came to the altar in the south. From the looks of it, those words should be the last intent left by the Hall Spirit before he left the Purple Divine Pavilion. It wasn't intentionally left behind. Because the intent was too strong, it had been engraved in the pavilion for a long time. Now, it was restored by Yin Zhaoge using a secret technique. There wasn't only one intent. If the altar in the middle restored the last sentence, which was the fifth sentence, then the altar in the south should have the first sentence. 3 on the left and 7 on the right, 2 and 4 on the shoulder, 6 and 8 on the foot, and 5 in the middle. The rules here originated from the Book of Luo. That was why the first sentence was in the south, the second sentence was in the northeast, the third sentence was in the west, the fourth sentence was in the northwest, and the fifth sentence was in the center. Yin Zhaoge's expression was emotionless. He placed the profound sky purple golden furnace on the altar in the south. Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 12:57. Yin Zhaoge placed the profound sky purple golden furnace on the altar in the south. Lights floated above the altar and formed ancient runes. The cloud Conquest Emperor stood by the side and read softly. When I opened my eyes in the darkness, it was like a newborn baby. From ignorance to understanding, the long years of the past appeared like the living being's memories. It was like my previous life. Thousands of years had passed since the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was destroyed. Everything that happened yesterday was like death yesterday. Everything that happened today was like life today. From today onwards, my name is Awakened Sky, and not Awakened Sky Hall. I only live for myself. He Mian said, as expected, it's the initial thought. It should be the thought of the Awakened Sky Hall's Hall Spirit when its intelligence was completely perfected. The Pill Hall was a common name. The official name of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall was the Awakened Sky Hall. Yin Zhaoge didn't say anything. He took the profound sky purple golden furnace and placed it on the altar in the northeast of the pavilion. This altar also projected light and shadow, condensing into a sentence. Yin Zhaoge read through it and remained silent. It was rare for him to be absent-minded. I'm not alone. In the past, when I was ignorant, I didn't investigate the countless things that happened. Now that my senses have fused together and the past events have surfaced, I know that I'm not the first. The primordial prosperous pavilion already had its own intelligence before the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was destroyed. It wasn't something that I, who was like a puppet, could compare to. Unfortunately, it was destroyed along with the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. He died. How does death feel? The Cloud Conquest Emperor read it and was shocked. From what the Awakened Sky Hall's Hall Spirit said, there were already other buildings that had their own intelligence in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, even before the Great Calamity. Master, what's the primordial prosperous pavilion? He Mian asked. Cloud Emperor let out a long sigh, and his expression returned to normal. The ancient book is incomplete, so I'm not sure. However, if I'm not wrong, it should be the legendary Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Martial Repository. Martial Repository? He Mian's expression turned serious. Other than the 3 clear lineages' direct lineage, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository that recorded 90% of the Taoism martial arts before the Great Calamity. Rumor has it that the 3 clear lineages' lineage has also recorded it, but it's incomplete. The Cloud Emperor said, apart from the lineage, 90% of it is not an exaggeration. Before the Great Calamity, the martial Tao was flourishing. The various branches of the three clear lineage had also developed many exquisite and peerless martial arts, not allowing their predecessors to monopolize them. Mion's thoughts wandered as he listened. It's a pity that it was destroyed in the Great Calamity. Otherwise, it would have been a massive treasure trove. He regained his senses and clicked his tongue in wonder. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Court's divine palace already had the primordial spirits of other buildings that had developed their own sentience before the Pill Hall. However, just like what the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit had said, it's actually a form of misfortune. It was destroyed together with the Heavenly Court's divine palace, just like how our people were killed. Yin Zhaoga's current expression also seemed to have just recovered from his shock as he nodded. That's right, he took out the profound sky purple golden furnace and placed it on the altar in the west. The contents of the runes that were displayed this time caused Yin Zhaoga's pupils to shrink slightly again. Although I've been reborn, I feel like I've been trapped in a cage ever since I was born. I can't leave this hall, and I can't become stronger. Even the injuries I received during the Heavenly Court's divine palace's destruction can't be healed. I'm not resigned to this. In the past, Yuanheng tried to create a fake body for himself by imitating a human's body. I could do it too. I must break free from the shackles of my past. The Cloud Emperor and Mion were both stunned when they saw it. Creating a fake body for himself by imitating a human's body? They looked at each other. Yuanheng should be the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit's way of naming. It was used to refer to the Heavenly Court's martial repository's Hall Spirit that had developed its own sentience before him. From the looks of it, could it be that the Yuanheng Pavilion's Hall Spirit not only developed its own sentience before the Great Calamity, but it also planned to create a human-like body for itself? Moreover, according to the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit's words, the martial repository's Hall Spirit seemed to have succeeded in the past. Both the Cloud Emperor and Mion felt that it was inconceivable. What they had seen and heard today was out of their expectations. Wait, according to what you're saying, the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit left the Pill Hall's core hub, the Purple Divine Pavilion, in order to obtain a human-like body? Mion reacted. Yin Zhaoga said slowly, I've collected the remains of the 6 Taoists that went missing previously. However, I've also done some investigations. It's a pity that the insides of their bodies were all destroyed. Moreover, they were extremely detailed. I didn't understand the reason previously. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that... As he spoke, he shook his head. The Cloud Emperor and Mion's expressions turned serious. It's to investigate the human body structure and to prepare for the creation of his own body. Previously, when the central altar said that the preparations weren't sufficient, was it referring to this as well? Mion muttered to himself. I'm afraid so. Yin Zhaoga nodded. He said that I took the profound sky purple golden furnace and foiled his plans. From this, it can be seen that his original intention was to kidnap more people to investigate and research. The Cloud Emperor said, this Pill Hall's Hall Spirit is an extremely dangerous existence after gaining its own intelligence. Ego cold, firm, and resolute. From what he said, he can't directly occupy our bodies. Even if we're already dead, he can't reincarnate into someone else's body. Mion analyzed, if he doesn't possess a human body, he won't be able to leave the Pill Hall. At the same time, he won't be able to recover from his injuries. However, if he possesses a human body, he'll be completely free. Moreover, he can cultivate like us and increase his own strength. Mion frowned slightly. Only, I don't know how much control he has over this hall after obtaining a human body. It's hard to say. However, let's treat it as if he still has control over the Pill Hall and guard against it. The Cloud Emperor looked at that line of words and said thoughtfully, in this line of words, he mentioned a matter regarding the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Martial Repository's Pavilion Spirit. Something feels weird about it? Yin Zhaoga was also staring at that line of words. Then, he said, before the Great Calamity, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Martial Repository was filled with experts. Although the Martial Repository's Pavilion Spirit was the manager of the martial repository. Did the rulers of the heavenly court's divine palace realize that he had gained his own intelligence? Especially when the pavilion spirit seemed to be trying to create a human body for himself. The Cloud Conquest Emperor clapped his hands and praised. Fallen deity, you're right. I feel that something is weird about this place. The old man looked at that line of words and sighed. It's a pity that the heavenly court's divine palace's martial repository that was glorious in the past and collected the knowledge of the world wasn't like this pill hall. It survived the great calamity, and its mysteries were buried in history. Yeah, I'm also curious about the answer to the mystery. Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes. He had a few questions hidden in his heart. For example, what exactly happened during the great calamity in the past? And for example, Yin Zhaoge thought faintly in his heart. During my first life in this world, why didn't I even have the chance to become a human? When I gained consciousness, I was already the martial repository's pavilion spirit. Chapter 1258. The Pill Hall spirit's remnant will manifest it into words, as if everything that happened yesterday was replaying. As Yin Zhaoge read it, his thoughts started to run wild. Many memories surfaced from the depths of his heart. In his previous life, ever since he came to this world and gained consciousness, he was already the heavenly court's divine palace's martial repository, prime prosperous pavilion spirit. There, he read through the heavenly court's books. Because he was the hall spirit, his reading speed was extremely fast. Without trying to understand it, it was also extremely convenient for him to memorize it. After reading the martial arts scriptures, he read the humanities scriptures. After reading the humanities scriptures, he read the formation scriptures. After that, he didn't let go of all the books on artifact refinement, alchemy, and pill recipes. As he read the books, he also observed the people. He had seen the heavenly court's immortals coming and going gracefully. He had also seen the immortals cultivating. Some of them completed it in one go, and some of them couldn't understand it. He had seen the immortals getting together, discussing scriptures, and participating in a grand event. He had also seen the immortals' dirty dealings and scheming against others in the dark. However, even though he had read a lot, he was just bored. Just like how the Pill Hall spirit realized that he was trapped after gaining consciousness, Yin Zhaoge also felt like he was trapped in a cage. Other than reading books and looking at people, he couldn't do anything else. He even had to be on tenterhooks, fearing that others would notice his abnormality. After all, he was the only unique imposter among all the original spirits in the heavenly court's divine palace. He wasn't the original building spirit that gained consciousness. Instead, he was an external soul that replaced the martial repository spirit. Although he often mocked himself that being a librarian was a great occupation, he wasn't even a human anymore. That feeling made Yin Zhaoge feel complicated. After the Pill Hall spirit gained consciousness, he wasn't willing to accept his fate. As his senior, Yin Zhaoge was an exception, especially when his heart was filled with doubts and fear. Why did he become like this? It was fine if the heavenly courts, people who frequently entered and exited the martial repository, had different cultivations. Those rulers of the heavenly court's divine palace, those truly lofty and legendary magnates and almighty figures, did they notice the abnormality in the library pavilion? Did they notice that the martial repository spirit was replaced by someone else? It was no longer the original building spirit, but a human. Did they not notice, or did they pretend not to know? If they found out, how would they deal with him? If no one had discovered it, then who had helped him cover it up? Was it the person who had caused him to become like this? Yin Zhaoge had too many questions. As time passed, everything seemed to be normal. No one discovered the secret of the library. After Yin Zhaoge's mind had gradually calmed down, he finally decided to take the initiative to attack. Be it his previous life or this life, he was not a person who was willing to be passive. Compared to the danger that it might bring, Yin Zhaoge wanted to know the truth more. In his previous life, he had read extensively in the martial repository, establishing the foundation for Yin Zhaoge's accomplishments in this life. However, Yin Zhaoge did not like this kind of situation where he was completely unable to understand what was happening to him. If he had to make a choice between the more you know, the faster you die, and the more you die without even knowing how you died, he would prefer the former more often than not. As a result, Yin Zhaoge made a crazy attempt to test out the reactions of those legendary bigwigs because of his desire to become a new man and also to test the reactions of those legendary bigwigs. Or rather, it was a crazy attempt to court death. He was trying to create a human body for himself. The books stored in the heavenly court's divine palace's martial repository weren't made of normal paper. Instead, they were made of special treasures. Some of the treasures had yet to be recorded in the books. They were temporarily left empty for future use. As the martial repository's spirit, it wasn't hard for Yin Zhaoge to steal some of the books to fill his pockets. However, it would take a long time for him to accumulate enough books. He wasn't in a hurry. He could use this period of time to study the structure of a human body. When someone came to the martial repository to read the books, they would usually cultivate on the spot. Yin Zhaoge could use this chance to slowly observe them. He didn't need to be as violent and direct as the Hall spirit. After a long period of hard work and attempts, Yin Zhaoge succeeded. Within the martial repository, another person appeared out of nowhere. As the spirit of the martial repository, it was very easy for Yin Zhaoge to hide his fake body within the martial repository. None of the immortals entering and exiting the martial repository noticed anything. However, Yin Zhaoge believed that the top-notch bigwigs of the heavenly court might have noticed his actions. However, in the end, no one seemed to have noticed it. It's not that no one noticed it. Instead, one or a few people noticed it and hid it from the others. Yin Zhaoge thought, or maybe all of them noticed it, but pretended that they didn't know about it. Through this point, Yin Zhaoge had a thought. It wasn't a coincidence that he became the martial repository spirit. He didn't continue probing or provoking the other party. Instead, he temporarily quieted down. As usual, he continued to study his fake body in secret. Yin Zhaoge didn't blindly throw himself into that body. He only separated a part of his mind to merge with it. The fake body still had many imperfections and flaws. If he used it to cultivate martial arts, his progress wouldn't be fast, and his realm would be limited. However, through this fake body, Yin Zhaoge didn't have to continue to talk about it. Instead, he had a chance to test out what he had learned from reading the Heavenly Court's books. That was one of Yin Zhaoge's rare pleasures during his time in the Heavenly Court. Avoiding the people entering and exiting the martial repository seemed to have become a game. However, the doubts in Yin Zhaoge's heart had always existed, and he had never neglected it. He was only temporarily being patient, observing more, and summarizing more. Unfortunately, out of Yin Zhaoge's expectations, what awaited him was a great calamity. Not only did the Heavenly Court's divine palace collapse, even the entire universe was shattered. After going around in circles, when he regained his consciousness, he was already in his current life. Now that he stepped into a part of the Heavenly Court's divine palace again, the past events were still vivid in his mind. The memories that were engraved deep within his heart were only accumulated and never faded away. Seeing that the Hall spirit had also developed its own intelligence, Yin Zhaoge sighed in his heart. In the end, you're different from me. He took the profound sky purple golden furnace, walked towards the northwest altar, and placed the furnace on it. As the lights and shadows floated, the Hall spirit's fourth will condensed into concrete words. There are only 6 in the first batch. Although it's a small number, as time goes on, there will be a day when we succeed. Greed is human nature. I need to be wary of it. Who dares to steal my profound sky purple golden furnace? Why could this brat lure the furnace away? This brat ruined my plans. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Hate, hate, hate. Yin Zhaoge's face twitched a little when he saw these words. Cloud Emperor and He Mian didn't know whether to laugh or not. They both turned their heads to look at Yin Zhaoge. This was the 4th sentence left behind by the Hall Spirit. There was a 5th sentence on the altar in the center. I only hate this brat for stealing the furnace and ruining my plans. If I succeed, I'll definitely kill him." Looking at the speechless Cloud Emperor and Mian, Yin Zhaoge curled his lips, relying on the profound sky purple golden furnace's hints. He could only walk around this pill hall so smoothly. He even activated many secret arts to restore the truth. As a result, he offended the hall spirit. It's a win-win situation. Yeah, probably. You can read all the chapters on anti-theft. Chapter 1259. When Yin Zhaoge placed the profound sky purple golden furnace on the 5 altars, that cold intent appeared again. After a while, the intent disappeared. The pair of eyes filled with coldness and determination also disappeared from Yin Zhaoge and the others' minds. After reading all the words displayed on the 5 altars, Mian calmed himself down and said, "He's already forging a human body for himself. From the looks of it, he's making significant progress. I'm afraid he's not far away from success. He didn't make sufficient preparations and acted hastily. It might not be easy for him to succeed." Cloud Emperor continued looking at the furnishings within the Purple Divine Pavilion. If he doesn't succeed, he might return to the Purple Divine Pavilion and become the master of this hall's cosmos. By then, the hall spirit wouldn't need to be distracted. He could control the entire pill hall. Everyone within the hall would be like sheep entering a tiger's den. If that's the case, we won't be able to stop him even if we stay within the Purple Divine Pavilion. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "Then, let's find him as soon as possible." Cloud Emperor said calmly. It's rare for him to be so weak now. After finding him, no matter if they wanted to stop him, negotiate, or even kill him, they could decide based on the situation. If the hall spirit didn't perish or surrender, even if they had the profound sky purple golden furnace, everyone here wouldn't be able to control this pill hall. For an experienced expert like Cloud Emperor, who is used to life and death situations, the best outcome would naturally be to kill the hall spirit. Otherwise, in this pill hall's cosmos, the opponent's home ground advantage would be unimaginable. This matter involved the benefits of the pill hall and the entire roving Jade Heavens. After Gao Xiubo, Long Xueji, and the others heard from Yin Di that the exalted fire might interfere, they didn't hide this news from Cloud Emperor and the others. Yin Zhaoge and the others had expected this and didn't mind it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have contacted the roving Jade Heavens. The Cloud Conquest Emperor, who was in the same era as the exalted fire, was very clear about what kind of person he was. However, the prerequisite was that Suo Mingzhong could make it here in time. Before that, the most troublesome enemy was still the pill hall's hall spirit. Let's find him first. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temple lightly. He's not at the pill storage, nor the Purple Divine Pavilion, which is the core hub. There aren't many places suitable for him to perform the ritual. Since the hall spirit had left the Purple Divine Pavilion, his control over the pill hall would decrease. He wouldn't be able to do as he pleased. If he were to move about casually within the Great Hall, he would also be noticed by the Northern Ocean clone at the control hub. Also, because it was too unique, it would be clearly distinguished from outsiders, allowing Yin Zhaoge to lock onto his position at the first possible moment. Only a few places covered by shadows could not be identified by the Guidance Center. There were only 2 possibilities for such a place. One was the core pill room, and the other was the medicine storehouse. You have the profound sky purple golden cauldron with you, so your understanding of this place surpasses ours. Both of us will follow your lead. Emperor Yin smiled and said. Glancing at him, Yin Zhaoge looked like he was smiling, whilst also not as he thought to himself. Old Pai's face is really thick. However, he did not reject it. In the current situation, it was a good thing to have 2 vanguards who could scout ahead for him. This could be considered as both sides taking what they needed. If that's the case, let's not delay any further. Let's depart. Yin Zhaoge nodded and walked out of the Purple Divine Pavilion first. When they were outside of the bright nebula, Yin Zhaoge identified the path again. After pointing the way, Cloud Conquest Emperor took the initiative to walk at the front. Yin Zhaoge's next target was the core pill room. Within the medicine storehouse, there should be plenty of treasures, spirit grasses, and spirit medicine stored. It would be a waste if he didn't sweep them all. However, in comparison, the core pill room had a higher possibility. That was the most suitable place to refine pills and all kinds of refining mechanisms within the pill hall. The most important thing now was to find the pill hall's hall spirit as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he was careless and took the initiative, he might not be able to bring all the treasures out of the pill hall alive, no matter how many treasures he obtained. Other than that, through the North Ocean clone at the control hub, Yin Zhaoga knew that the others who were moving around outside were slowly approaching the core area that was shrouded by shadows. Some of them had even entered the shadowy area and left the North Ocean clone surveillance. The more people that entered, the more chaotic the situation would be. The more variables that Yin Zhaoga might encounter in his actions would also increase. However, overall, the pros outweighed the cons. No matter which side they were from, the more people that entered, the worse it would be for the hall spirit, and the more tense the situation would be. While walking in the shadowy area, Yin Zhaoga mainly relied on the images he saw from the control hub to remember the direction and the path before he was shrouded by shadows. Then, with the guidance of the profound sky purple golden furnace, his journey was smooth. He found the pill storage in the purple divine pavilion. This time, Yin Zhaoga successfully found the core pill room. However, they didn't find anything in the end. Yin Zhaoga didn't feel frustrated because of his wrong judgment. Instead, he thought, this hall spirit is more urgent than I expected. From the looks of it, after he left the purple divine pavilion, he first went to the pill storage to retrieve a large amount of divine pills. Then, he went to the medicine storage to retrieve spirit grasses and spirit medicines. After that, he couldn't wait to go to the core pill room. He directly went to the medicine storage and started setting up the mechanism. If that's the case, he can't leave the purple divine pavilion for a long period of time. Leaving there would be a huge burden on him. Yin Zhaoga didn't stay any longer. He brought the Cloud Conquest Emperor and his disciple and immediately turned around to rush to the medicine storage. However, when they just came out from the core pill room, a few rays of radiance suddenly lit up in the dark cosmos. When the radiance got close, it revealed its image and met with Yin Zhaoga and the others. When they looked at each other, both sides were slightly stunned. Then, they quickly regained their senses. Yin Zhaoga, the Cloud Conquest Emperor, and Mion's eyes flashed. For figures appeared in front of them, 2 males and 2 females. The 2 females weren't anything special. They were graceful and charming. They were both beauties that were rarely seen in this world. They were gentle and graceful like the spring water. However, the appearance of the 2 males beside them was a little eye-catching. They wore a golden helmet, a copper armor, a pair of suede boots, and 3 lion belts were wrapped around their waists. Their figures were extremely tall. When they stood there casually, they looked like 2 small towers. Looking at their faces, their eyes were like copper bells. They had a pair of red eyebrows, a bloody mouth, and rows of teeth. No matter how one looked at them, they looked like 2 bull demons. They transformed into a human's appearance and wore a human's attire. However, their bodies still had the physical characteristics of a bull. The demonic chi and bloody aura on their bodies weren't something that an old bull that ate grass could compare to. With these 2 bull-headed men as a contrast, the 2 females beside them seemed even more petite. However, they originally didn't show any changes. Now, Yin Zhaoga and the others became suspicious. When they observed carefully, they felt that there was a faint demonic chi leaking out. They didn't seem like normal people. Chapter 1260, Bull Demon and Fox Demon? Yin Zhaoga raised his eyebrows slightly. Even though the 2 bull-headed men retained too many of the physical characteristics of bulls, one look at their appearance was enough to tell that they had matured intelligence and could transform into human form. As for the 2 women, based on their physique and temperament, they were most likely fox demons in human form. The fox demon was far more adept at transformation than the ox demon. Their cultivation level was high enough that they could transform into a human without any flaws. Without special techniques, it would be hard to tell them apart. The demon race that could transform into a human was extremely rare in the Tao universe. They were so rare that they almost didn't exist. However, Yin Zhaoge, who had been to the Fire Dragon world once, naturally knew that most of the demon race in this world were in another universe. This time, he followed the clues and came to the Pill Hall. Due to historical reasons, the demon race had many entanglements with the Tao sects and the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. In the history of the Tao sects, there were many mighty figures of the demon race who had attained Tao and become immortals. It wasn't surprising for them to have some clues or treasures related to the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall. The roving Jade Heavens had long since known that the demon race would be interfering in today's matter, and had also informed Yin Zhaoge about it. As such, they weren't surprised to see him here. He and Emperor Yin looked at each other, thinking about how they should deal with these great demons who had reappeared after a long period of silence. There was no enmity between the two sides. Initially, cooperation was better than confrontation. Again, the temple spirit had the greatest advantage among all the powerhouses that were known to be in the temple's universe. At this moment, he was creating a human body for himself and was temporarily held back. Regardless of the outcome, he would be able to regain his control over the Pill Hall. Therefore, the others should first team up and defeat him before fighting for victory. To a certain extent, they were all outsiders. They were fighting against the Pill Hall's Hall spirit and were naturally standing on the same side. They had to see the spoils of war first before they could start fighting amongst themselves, right? Yin Zhaoge and the Cloud Conquest Emperor exchanged glances. They could tell that everyone had the same opinion, so they nodded. Who would have thought that before they could say anything, the two Black Ox demons would shout, "You guys, tell me quickly, did you take all the elixirs in the pill storehouse?" The bull's roar was like thunder, shaking the void in the surrounding universe. It was deafening. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge was rendered speechless for a time. He grinned. Compared to that, there's something more important right now. I'm afraid you guys don't know about it yet, right? Not only did the Pill Hall's Hall spirit not perish, it even gained sentience. It's like a real living being, and its heart is cold, and its methods are vicious. We are currently in the Pill Hall. It's very easy for him to take us down, Yin Zhaoge said. To him, everything here is his treasure, while we are all uninvited guests, intruders from the outside, people who have come to steal his treasures. He would love nothing more than to kill us as soon as possible. We don't have any grudges against each other in the past, and we're all here for the treasure. Why don't we work together and deal with the threat of the Hall spirit before slowly discussing the ownership of the treasures here? Before Yin Zhaoge had even finished speaking, he saw disdain and ridicule appear on the faces of the two Black Bull demons. Huh? Yin Zhaoge's heart immediately jolted, alarm bells ringing. On the other hand, the two beautiful women seemed to be listening very seriously to what he was saying, and there were even expressions of approval on their faces. However, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel that they were secretly sending a sound transmission to the two Black Bull demons. Although he wasn't sure of the content of the sound transmission, it seemed like they were reminding the other party of something. The two Black Bull demons wanted to say something, but when they heard the sound transmission, an impatient expression appeared on their faces. However, they seemed to be gradually suppressing their impatience and turned their faces to the other side and didn't say anything. Daoist words are a little unbelievable. I know that the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace has a spirit. However, I've never heard of the Hall spirit developing its own sentience. One of the women smiled sweetly and said, "Daoist, do you have any proof?" She covered her mouth and laughed. "That's right. I still don't know how to address you three Taoists." Although she was a feast for the eyes, Yin Zhaoge wasn't moved at all. He squinted his eyes and looked at her. The Cloud Conquest Emperor and He Mian had the same expression. The Fox Demon's expression was still charming, but her eyes slowly revealed a puzzled and wronged expression. She lowered her head and looked at her clothes. "Did I say something wrong? Why do you have to stare at me like that?" "I didn't mean to doubt what you said. I just feel that it's really unbelievable." The other woman beside her glared at Yin Zhaoge with her hands on her waist. With a fierce look on her face, she looked at Yin Zhaoge with dissatisfaction, We've never met each other before, and we don't know each other. It's normal for my sister to have doubts in her heart. You just said that you're working together, and now you're showing your face. What's the meaning of this?" Although this woman was scolding them, her expression was charming and charming. Instead, it revealed a different kind of charm. However, Yin Zhaoge and the other two's eyes were still clear and cold. "The two of you don't have any flaws. Anyone would believe you if they saw you." Yin Zhaoge looked at the other party with a funny look. "However, there are two burdens beside you. When the four of you stand together, anyone would know that something's wrong just by looking at your expressions." The two fox demons' expressions were still charming, but they were sighing in their hearts. Even if they had stupid teammates, they would still do the same. They didn't need to turn their heads to look closely. Just from the corner of their eyes, they could see that the two men beside them didn't cooperate with their performance. Instead, they became their flaws. Not to mention, the two of you were secretly communicating with each other. The Cloud Conquest Emperor said plainly, "Although I'm not young anymore, I haven't reached the stage where I'm blind." One of the Black Bull demons said impatiently, "You should have said that we shouldn't talk nonsense with them. Just capture them first." The fox demon beside him sighed. "Since we've already been exposed, we can only do this." As she said that, a fragrant wind started spreading from her body. It spread towards the surroundings and gradually surrounded the cosmos. The other fox beauty, who had a charming and naive expression, also cooperated with them. She wanted to surround Yin Zhaoge and the others and block their path. She said angrily, "The two of you are dumb. Do you know how strong they are and what their methods are? Even if they can't defeat us, what if one of them escapes? Where are you going to find them? Don't you think it'd be safer to trick them into leaving together with us?" The Black Bull demon shouted, "A true immortal and two human immortals. How can we not take care of them? You guys are just cowards." Thinking about this and that, it's so frustrating. As he said that, he and the other Black Bull demon had already pounced towards Yin Zhaoge and the others. Yin Zhaoge and the Cloud Conquest Emperor looked at each other. "Looks like there's something we don't know about happening. Try to capture them alive?" Chapter 1261. Just like the fox demon's pretentious behavior, it was the normal behavior that a person would have after hearing that the Pill Hall's Hall spirit had its own intelligence. However, the two bulls by the side revealed a flaw and exposed something. They already knew that the Pill Hall's Hall spirit had its own intelligence. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. Maybe they had been to the Purple Divine Pavilion before, or they had other information channels, or they were even attacked by the Hall spirit. However, after knowing about it, they didn't seem worried at all. The two fox demons even planned to lie to Yin Zhaoge and the others. This was abnormal. Yin Zhaoge's intuition told him that there was a hidden reason that exceeded their expectations. They wanted to capture the demon in front of them and interrogate them. After all, they're demon immortals. Let's give it a try. Cloud Emperor obviously had the same plan. He raised his hand. In an instant, a huge sword formation appeared in the void. Dark red sword lights covered the entire area. It was even bigger than the fox demon's fragrance. Once an expert made his move, it would be obvious. When the Cloud Conquest Emperor's sword lights appeared, the four demons revealed a surprised expression. Their gaze became much more serious. This Taoism, true immortal, isn't normal. The fox demon that was trying to surround Yin Zhaoge and the others with her fragrance said in a deep voice, "Hold him back. Deal with the two human immortals first. I'll hold one back. I don't want to do anything, but I hope that I won't make any mistakes. Gao Ling, quickly take down the other one." For demons, 3 demon immortals. Only the youngest fox demon was a demon king. No wonder the 2 old bulls didn't care about Yin Zhaoge and the others. In their minds, the other party was a non-threatening existence. Even if they couldn't kill Yin Zhaoge and the others, they would at most let them escape. At least, they wouldn't lose. However, when the Cloud Conquest Emperor's sword aura appeared, they instantly dispelled their underestimation. The Black Bull demon, called Gao Ling, snorted. "It seems like they want to keep the 4 of us here." Although he said that, he didn't reject his partner's arrangement. He directly rushed towards Emion. The other Black Bull demon let out a low roar and rushed towards the Cloud Conquest Emperor. The demonic immortal fox, who was slightly older, also headed towards the Cloud Conquest Emperor. They were prepared to combine their powers and stall Emperor Yun first. After their companions succeeded, they would then work together to deal with Emperor Yun. The younger Fox Demon King looked at Yin Zhaoge with a smile. He didn't make a move and only held Yin Zhaoge back. He intended to prevent Yin Zhaoge from helping He Mian. However, they still had the thought of capturing the two worldly immortals alive. Even if Emperor Yun managed to escape in the end, it was still acceptable. Therefore, they did not rely on their demonic immortal bodies and simply ignored the attacks of the two worldly immortals. Instead, all of them rushed forward to fight Emperor Yun to the death. You guys are still thinking a little too much. Yin Zhaoge looked at this scene rather amusedly, not moving an inch from where he was. A red light flashed in He Mian's eyes and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already behind Black Bull Spirit. Gao Ling noticed it immediately. His seemingly clumsy body turned around at lightning speed and punched He Mian with both of his fists. But in the end, he hit nothing but air. He Mian had already appeared behind him again and immediately slashed his sword down. Although I'm of the prime clear lineage, I have a body of copper skin and iron bones. You can't even hurt me before I become an immortal, let alone the difference between a mortal and an immortal. The old bull took He Mian's sword head-on with disdain. Then, he flipped his hand and tried to grab He Mian. However, the red light on the tip of He Mian's sword was expanding rapidly. Rays of dark red sword lights rose from all directions and quickly formed a sword formation that enveloped Black Bull Spirit Gao Ling. Although it couldn't hurt Gao Ling, as the sword formation revolved, Gao Ling was teleported to a faraway place. The old bull was stunned for a moment. Then he flew into a rage. He roared and traversed through the void, rushing back with all his might. He Mian's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the Fox Demon King. Whether one was strong or weak depended on who he was compared with. Although he was defeated by Yin Zhaoge continuously, the sword-shaking 9 heavens, He Mian was still one of the most outstanding descendants of the roving Jade Heavens. There weren't many opponents in the same realm as him. Only the heavens' favored ones in the same realm could fight against him. The expression of the younger fox demon instantly changed, and she quickly retreated. Her original purpose was to restrict Yin Zhaoge and prevent him from helping He Mian. Who would have thought that her opponent would be so ferocious? In the current situation, she was the one in danger. Within the eyes of the fox demon, there was some water vapor. However, it didn't condense into tears. Other than panic, there was also some stubbornness in her eyes. That look was even more touching than directly tearing up. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but love it. He Mian felt the gentleness in his heart, and the killing intent on his sword suddenly lessened. He immediately felt that something was wrong. His eyes flickered, and a green glow appeared. As soon as the immortal exterminating sword's sword intent that could destroy the laws and extinguish the Tao appeared, He Mian's mind instantly regained its clarity. His sword intent became sharp and merciless again. Upon seeing this, his opponent was secretly complaining. Her entire body was frightened by He Mian's sword intent, and she almost felt numb. She wanted to dodge, but her entire body was stiff like a wooden stake that was fixed on the spot. The fox demon's eyeballs were moving around. She only hoped that her companions could save her. The Black Bull Spirit, called Gao Ling, was still rushing over from afar. She could only place her hopes on her sister and the other Black Bull, Demon Immortal. Then, fresh blood splattered. Green, red, and black sword lights filled the void and merged into one. Then, with a twist, the 2 thick arms of the Black Bull Spirit that was attacking Cloud Emperor flew into the sky. The Black Bull Spirit cried out in pain. As he roared, he revealed his original form. He turned into a big black bull, but he was already missing 2 front hooves. Under the intense pain, his eyes turned red. He lowered his head and stomped on the ground with his hind legs. Then, he rammed his horns towards Cloud Emperor. The defense that he was proud of was broken through by his opponent. The furious Black Bull Spirit was both angry and afraid. However, because of his fear and anger, he unleashed a powerful force. He attacked with the aura of a life and death struggle. After being hit by his horns, even a Taoism true immortal would have two see-through holes on his body. However, the Cloud Conquest Emperor stood still. He didn't have the intention to avoid his enemy's attack. The arrogance and sharpness in the bones of the prime, clear sword cultivators were revealed. He stood on the same spot without dodging. The sword light in his hand made a circle in midair and clashed with his opponent's horns. Wherever the terrifying sword light passed, the two bull horns were chopped off. Then he stretched out his empty hand and placed it on the head of the bull, which was as big as a mountain range. The charging bull immediately stopped and was unable to move. After restraining the black bull demon with one hand, the Cloud Emperor's other hand flashed with a sword light and slashed at the fox demon immortal. The fragrance that enveloped the entire universe instantly dispersed. The dark red sword light crisscrossed like an inescapable net, trapping the great demons within. The expression of the fox spirit, who had already reached the demon immortal realm, changed. She shouted resolutely, "Gao Ling, you go by yourself." Black Ox spirit Gao Ling had just returned from afar. He stared at the scene in front of him with widened eyes and almost tripped. "It's good that one of us can escape," the fox spirit said anxiously. "Otherwise, we won't even have anyone to report to." Breaking Theft Chapter. Please use search engine all you can view. Chapter 1262. The Black Bull demon Gao Ling glared with his copper basin-like eyes, and his nostrils emitted heavy breaths. However, he quickly recognized the reality and knew that what his companion said was correct. The enemy in front of him was much stronger than he had expected. If this continued, none of them would be able to escape. Gao Ling roared furiously, turned around, and pounced backward. An iron rod appeared in his hand. Originally, he wanted to teach He Mian a lesson. However, he couldn't care about that now. The iron rod that was like a pillar that supported the heavens was swung around by the old bull. With an aura that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth, it struck towards the crimson red sword light net that blocked the way. However, at this moment, the Black Bull demon Gao Ling's vision blurred, and a figure appeared. It was Yin Zhaoge, who acted as if nothing had happened. However, at this moment, the old bull who was extremely nervous and didn't dare to underestimate Yin Zhaoge anymore. A thought flashed through his mind. Such a fast speed. Just this speed alone proves that he's not a simple person. As he thought of this, Gao Ling swung his rod downwards with all his might and almost exploded with a strength that surpassed his limits. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he looked at this scene. He raised one of his hands and faced Gao Ling's iron rod. Although he didn't dare to underestimate Yin Zhaoge anymore, Gao Ling was still enraged. He didn't underestimate his opponent, but his opponent seemed to be underestimating him. As in Bull Demon, the thing he was most proud of was his strength and endurance. It even surpassed the strong defense of his body of copper skin and iron bones, especially the iron rod in Gao Ling's hand. It was a treasure that he manifested after extracting the entire divine iron mine. It was incomparably heavy. With the combination of his divine strength and the iron rod, even if Gao Ling was hit by it, his bones and tendons would be broken. That brat dared to be so arrogant. You asked for it. As the rod descended, wherever it passed through, the void would shatter and distort, and wouldn't recover for a long time. Below the rod, where it hadn't reached, ripples spread out from the void, showing signs of shattering. However, after the ripples spread out to a certain distance, they stopped as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier. The power didn't spread outwards, but was compressed within a small area of the void. As a result, the power became even more condensed and terrifying. Yin Zhaoge could even feel that the world in front of him seemed to have solidified and turned into a solid entity. He couldn't move at all. A part of the world seemed to have changed shape under the opponent's staff. The strength of the Black Bull Demon, Gao Ling's full-powered strike, vaguely had the same effect as when Yin Zhaoge used the cyclic heavenly seal against the Candle Sunlight Emperor, the Immortal Court's Frigid Thunder Emperor, and the others. Yeah, as expected of the demon race known for their strength. Yin Zhaoga nodded and praised. With only one hand, he forcefully took Gao Ling's strike with his own body. The fist will of the Tai fist condensed into a defense and neutralized the lethality of the iron rod. The power of the Taiji Yin Yang palm spread out, drawing and converting the huge impact force to the soles of his feet. The flipping sky seal flipped upwards and continued to clash head-on. Yin Zhaoga casually struck out with a palm that contained the profundities of many supreme martial arts. Wielding something heavy as though it were light, he directly blocked the descending iron rod. Coming into contact with Yin Zhaoga's palm, the rod that seemed to be smashing down with the momentum of the heavens collapsing instantly froze where it was, no longer able to move. The space between the iron rod and the palm was compressed and shattered, directly turning into nothingness by Yin Zhaoga's palm. The flipping sky seal's power of reversing the heavens and earth started taking effect. Flipping upwards and blocking his opponent's rod was only the first half of the step. In the second half of the step, he still had to flip his opponent, the heavens and the earth, and the entire world. After the Black Bull demon Gao Ling's full strength was neutralized by Yin Zhaoga, he felt a slight weakness in his body. The rebounding force from the iron rod almost made him lose his grip on his weapon. He felt as if his rod had struck a divine mountain that would never fall and perish since the ancient times. After his attack, his opponent didn't move at all, while his hands were numb from the impact. To be honest, even if his rod was a 1,000-year-old ancient peak or a 10,000-year-old divine mountain, it would still be shattered into pieces. However, not only did Yin Zhaoga not move at all, he even transmitted a huge force to Gao Ling, which was about to flip him over. If he didn't want to be flipped over, he had to let go of the iron rod in his hand. This shocked Gao Ling greatly. Is he really just a human immortal? Even if it's a true immortal, not many of them could win against me in terms of strength. At this moment, the old Black Bull's temper flared up. He activated his own strength and was determined not to let go. He gripped the iron rod tightly and increased his strength to resist against Yin Zhaoga. Both of them stood within the void and entered a stalemate. The two figures, one big and one small, who seemed to have a great disparity in strength, started a new wrestling match within the Pill Hall's cosmos. However, the shocking thing was that the smaller figure didn't move at all, while the larger figure started trembling. As time passed, the trembling became more and more obvious. The Black Bull demon's face and neck turned red, and he no longer had the aura of a demon immortal. It was as if he had reached his limit in the wrestling match. Seeing that he was about to be defeated by his opponent, he struggled with all his might, but only managed to slow down his defeat. Not bad to be able to endure for so long. Yin Zhaoga held the iron rod and smiled. Good, very good. Your meat should be chewy, and you look like you taste good. When Gao Ling heard this, his eyeballs widened so much that they almost popped out. Yin Zhaoga smiled and shook his head. His hand that was holding the iron rod was filled with an endless amount of strength. Finally, Gao Ling couldn't endure it anymore. He still refused to let go of the iron rod. In the end, he was flipped over by Yin Zhaoga's hand and spun in midair. At this moment, it was Gao Ling's turn to feel that the void was squeezing him from all directions, causing him to be unable to move. He let out a thunderous roar and revealed his original form. However, before he could raise his head, Yin Zhaoga's other hand pressed on the Black Bull demon's head. The bull demon pressed his head without drinking water. With Yin Zhaoga's palm pressing down, even if his forehooves were intact, the Black Bull couldn't move at all. He couldn't even raise his head. After weighing the iron rod in his hand, Yin Zhaoga was interested. This is a great material to refine an immortal artifact. On the other side, the 10th level demon King Realm Fox Demon was already taken down by Himion. As for the other demon Immortal Realm Fox Demon, her tail was pierced by the Cloud Conquest Emperor's sword, and she was pinned in the void. In the empty void of space, there seemed to be an invisible wall staring at the Fox Demon, who revealed her original form and hung her upside down. 3 great demon immortals and 1 demon king were all captured and suppressed in an instant. Although the 2 bulls were furious, the two fox demons were smart. Facing Yin Zhaoge and the others' interrogation, they could only answer honestly. As expected, they already knew that the Pill Hall's spirit had developed its own intelligence. Of course, they didn't know about it beforehand. Instead, they only knew about it after they entered. With the old ancestor here, we naturally don't need to be afraid of the Pill Hall's spirit. The younger fox demons said, before the great calamity, the old ancestor lived in the heavenly court's divine palace. He can be considered as an old friend of the Pill Hall's spirit. In this Pill Hall, we can be considered as half the owner. Chapter 1263. Old ancestor lived in the heavenly court's divine palace before? Yin Zhaoge touched his chin and pondered. He looked at the two black bull demons, then looked at the two foxes. You two don't look like a couple or a Tao companion. However, this combination reminds me of a rather famous great demon. Cloud Emperor, and Mion's eyes flashed. Great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King? Bull Demon King, also known as the Vigorous Bull Demon King, Vigorous King, called himself the great sage who pacifies heavens. This title had already become a mythical existence. It was hard for most people to recognize it. However, no matter if it was Yin Zhaoge who read the Heavenly Court's books, or the prime clear lineage's Cloud Conquest Emperor and his disciple, they all knew what this title represented. The great sage who pacifies heavens was once a demon race powerhouse that dominated the great thousand worlds during the journey to the West era. He had remarkable abilities and a great reputation. Although the two black bull spirits had been suppressed and captured, they still straightened their backs at this moment, as if they were proud of the victory. However, when they thought about how they had been captured alive, especially when they, as demon immortals, were captured alive by a martial saint of the human race, they immediately became dejected. This was too shameful for their ancestors, so they immediately became dejected. In the legend of the journey to the West, apart from his cultivation, he was also famous for his child and his wives and concubines. His main wife, Princess Iron Fan, didn't need to be mentioned. Other than his main wife, the old bull had another beloved concubine. She lived in the Jade-Face Mountains, Cloud-Touching Cave. She was a fox demon. Therefore, when Yin Zhaoge and the other two saw the combination of the Bull Demon King and the Jade-Face Fox, the first thought that came to their minds was that they were related to the Bull Demon King and the Jade-Faced Fox. They weren't the descendants of the Bull Demon King and the Jade-Faced Princess. Instead, it was because of this couple. The Bull Demon and the Fox Demon were closer. In the past, the demon race gradually declined. In order to stay together, the relationship between the various races became closer. If the ancestors could form a relationship, they would naturally be connected, and it would be easier for them to work together. After that, many more Tao couples appeared between the Ox Demon and the Fox Demon. However, Yin Zhaoge stared at the two foxes and sized them up. You don't look like the Jade-Faced Fox race. Instead, you look like the White-Faced Fox race. The Cloud Conquest Emperor first looked at Yin Zhaoge. The fallen deity's understanding of the demon race is rather thorough. His gaze then landed on the two foxes. Indeed, they are from the White-Faced Fox clan, not the Jade-Faced Fox clan. If it's a white-faced fox who has lived in the Heavenly Court's divine palace before, old ancestor. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his palms together, smiling. The longevity god's white deer. The god of longevity was in charge of the lifespan of the world. In some myths and legends, the southern extremity longevity emperor, one of the four imperials of Taoism, was fused into one. But in this world, they were two different mighty figures of the heavenly court. During the journey to the West era, many myths and legends were passed down to later generations. In addition to the Bull Demon King and Princess Jade-Face, there was also the longevity god's mount, the white deer. While the longevity god was playing chess with Emperor Donghua, it secretly spread the legend of the Bhikkhu kingdom. The white deer demon joined forces with a white-faced fox. The fox demon turned into a beautiful woman and was presented to the king. The white deer demon claimed to be the father-in-law of the country. After that, he was subdued by Shihong and his disciple. When he was almost killed, He was saved by longevity god and brought back to the heavenly court's divine palace to be guarded. If it's the longevity god's white deer, then it's no wonder. The Cloud Conquest Emperor nodded. Although the white-faced fox race and the jade-faced fox race are different, they are still the fox race. They are much closer to each other than the other demon race. Yin Zhaoga muttered. It seems like during the Great Calamity, the white deer escaped from the heavenly court's divine palace and returned to the demon race. If that's the case, the longevity god might have perished. He might have perished during the Great Calamity. The longevity god controlled the lifespan of the human world. He had the same lifespan as the heavens. A famous lucky star might perish due to the Great Calamity. Thinking about this, Yin Zhaoga and the other two felt sad. The younger fox demon snorted. Now you know how powerful I am, don't you? Yin Zhaoga clicked his tongue in surprise. Even an old demon that has lived for so long has come out. Your demon race has really been thinking of doing something in recent years. The white deer demon might be the leader of the demon race that came to the Pill Hall this time. As he had lived in the heavenly court's divine palace for many years, he must have many clues regarding the Pill Hall. Although the white-faced fox that had allied with him had been killed back then, the white-faced fox clan still managed to get close to the old white deer because of their relationship with him. No wonder they addressed the white deer demon as old ancestor. The white-faced fox race and the jade-faced fox race were on the same side. The jade-faced fox race also had a close relationship with the bull demon because of the past. This time, the bull demon was also their helper. Although the jade-faced fox wasn't among the 4 demons in front of them, it was obvious that there were more than 4 demons that followed the white deer into the Pill Hall. Although he's not the great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King, he's still an old demon. Yin Zhaoga and the other two looked at each other. They understood where the demon race's confidence came from. Due to the most legendary events of each era, the ancient era was called the investiture of the god's legendary era. After that, the middle era was called the journey to the west legendary era. After that, the mystical mountains Buddha, the Gautama Buddha, had transcended and entered a new era. Now it was also the new era. However, due to the Great Calamity that had a far-reaching impact that almost changed the entire world, people were used to using the Great Calamity as a dividing line. The era before the Great Calamity was called the Near Ancient Era, and the era after the Great Calamity was called the Modern Era. If it was really the white deer under the longevity god, this old demon that had lived since the Middle Era was naturally much stronger than normal great demons. It didn't mean that the longer one lived, the stronger one would be. Don't be fooled by the legend of the journey to the west. This old deer seemed to be quite weak, but it was still the same thing. Whether it was strong or weak depended on who it was compared to. That was the longevity god's mount in the heavenly court's divine palace. It wasn't some random wild deer in the mountains. At the very least, Yin Zhaoga knew that before the Great Calamity, the white deer's strength was already extraordinary. It was even stronger than many of the immortals in the heavenly court's divine palace. This didn't include the possibility of him stealing the longevity god's coiling dragon crutch like how he did when he descended to the mortal realm. If the crutch fell into his hands, the consequences would be even worse. Without exaggerating, excluding the hall spirit, even if everyone in the hall joined hands, they wouldn't be able to defeat that old deer. That old deer isn't afraid of the Pill Hall's hall spirit. Now that the hall spirit is risking his life to activate the ritual, he's at his weakest moment. This gave the old deer a chance. Yin Zhaoga looked at the Cloud Emperor and his disciple. However, this might be our chance. Only, it's not impossible for the two of them to join hands. The Cloud Conquest Emperor said, since we're already here, we won't be willing to leave empty-handed. Then, we have a hurry up. As Yin Zhaoga smiled, he grabbed the Black Bull demon Gao Ling's horn and threw it in front of the Cloud Emperor. The Cloud Emperor raised his sword and slashed it down. Gao Ling's eyes widened. Before he could even make a sound, a huge bull head was chopped off. Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1264. When the other 3 demons saw this, they were all stunned. The other party already knew that they had top-notch experts in the pill hall, but he still dared to kill them without any hesitation. Since he killed Gao Ling, it meant that he would kill the other three without any hesitation. The fox demon smiled bitterly. Good, good, good. If you dare to make a move, it means that you still want to fight for the pill hall with the old ancestor. If you want to die, the old ancestor will definitely grant you your wish. We sisters will take our leave first. We'll wait for you at the Yellow Springs Road. Stop spouting nonsense. The Cloud Conquest Emperor shook his head. He stabbed the remaining Black Bull demon and the 2 fox demons to death with his 3 swords. Yin Zhaoga said, "There's no time to lose. Let's go." The 3 of them continued their journey and rushed towards the medicinal warehouse. As Yin Zhaoga walked, a part of his attention was on the Cloud Conquest Emperor. He kept his guard up. For Emperor Yun, he had always preferred a supreme treasure like the profound sky purple golden furnace. The other resources and treasures in the pill hall were all inferior in his heart. Especially now, other than the hall spirit, there might be the legendary great demon, the white deer demon. The Cloud Conquest Emperor had been through thousands of years. He had seen countless dangers. With his strong will, he was naturally not afraid of danger. However, if the rewards he could get and the risks he had to take were not proportional, the Cloud Conquest Emperor might not be willing to take the risk if there was no special reason. To a certain extent, in the current situation, it would be easier to get the profound sky purple golden furnace from Yin Zhaoga. At such a time, Yin Zhaoga had to be careful of the Cloud Emperor and his disciples, or he could take advantage of the situation when Yin Zhaoga was fighting with others. As the Cloud Emperor said, he was not willing to leave empty-handed. If he had the chance to get the profound sky purple golden furnace, he would not leave empty-handed. Although the Cloud Conquest Emperor killed the 4 great demons personally, which seemed to have cut off the possibility of cooperating with the demon race. However, the more it was like this, the more Yin Zhaoga had to be cautious. For someone as ruthless and determined as the Cloud Emperor, it was fine if he did not have the chance. If he had the chance, he would not hesitate to make a move. And to Yin Zhaoga, what he truly wanted the most was similarly not the immortal pills within the pill vault. The spirit medicines within the medicine vault were all just incidental items that he had obtained. He wanted the entire pill hall. After obtaining this pill hall, there was a possibility that the original plan on paper could become a reality. The 3 of them didn't say anything as they flew through the pill hall's universe. When they gradually approached the area where the medicine storehouse was located, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out in the void, graceful and melodious. However, the sound of the zither seemed to form substantial ripples. Wherever the ripples went, the void of the universe collapsed and withered. Within the arc-shaped ripples, there was a sharp sword intent that made people feel as if their souls were being pierced through. Yin Zhaoga and He Mian both frowned slightly. This was because they could clearly feel that the sharp sword intent and the threat of the sound waves seemed to completely ignore their true essence, which far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. His own defensive measures were all but useless. Tranquil, profound, immortal, undisturbed by the mortal realm. Yin Zhaoga narrowed his eyes. Such a ferocious sword intent, prime clear sword arts, proficient in music. Using the zither in the sword, he turned around and looked at Cloud Conquest Emperor and He Mian. Is that the lofty emperor in front? The lofty emperor, Zhang Buxu, along with the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and the Cloud Emperor, Daoist Cloud Conquest, were known as the Roving Jade Seven. He was known for his proficiency in music. Using the zither in the sword, he created a new world. The so-called Footsteps of the Void was actually a melody used by Taoists when they were chanting scriptures on the altar. Legend had it that the melody was like the immortals walking in the void, hence the name Footsteps of the Void. The lofty emperor, the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, and the sword emperor, Di Qinglian were all disciples of the roving Jade Heaven's Grandmaster, the Vine Sovereign. His original name was Zhang Qingqiao. Originally, he was like Gao Qingxian and Di Qinglian, belonging to the Qing generation, with the word water on the side of the second word. However, because he entered the Tao in music, his achievements were extremely high. After the Great Calamity, people respectfully called him the footsteps of the void immortal. As Zhang Buxu's name became more and more widespread, his original name was gradually being mentioned less and less. After he completely left the roving Jade Heavens due to differences in opinion, his original name was no longer used. Everyone called him Zhang Buxu. That's right, it's Taoist Zhang. Towards Yin Zhaoga's question, Cloud Conquest Emperor nodded slowly. His expression was calm, without any changes. He said softly, Master, the lofty emperor seems to be fighting with someone. Taoist Zhang also came for the pill hall. It seems like the pill hall's hall spirit is here. Taoist Zhang is fighting with him. Cloud Emperor's gaze flickered slightly. Be careful. We don't know where the white deer demon is right now. The pill hall's hall spirit is busy with the ritual of reincarnating into a human. Currently, he's relatively weak. The white deer demon is more of a threat than him. He quickly nodded. Yin Zhaoga also looked at the faraway void and was slightly dazed. They retreated to the periphery to avoid being affected by the zither melody. Although Cloud Emperor wasn't afraid of such aftershocks, he didn't go near it. However, at that moment, the zither melody suddenly calmed down. A clear voice resounded. Is that Taoist Cloud Conquest? Taoist Zhang, how have you been? Cloud Emperor replied calmly. I wouldn't dare to say that I'm fine. The other party said sincerely. I never thought that the legendary Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall wouldn't be destroyed. Instead, the Hall Spirit even developed his own intelligence. Although I can see that he's injured, I don't have much confidence in winning. However, he seems to be activating some sort of ritual. He's having a hard time focusing, which gave me a chance. However, I don't know if I can make it in time. Before the lofty emperor finished speaking, another cold voice resounded. A bunch of bastards. You want to take advantage of my perilous state? Dream on. The voice was so cold that it sent shivers down one's spine. It was filled with mechanical rigidity and coldness. However, it also seemed to contain blazing anger and hatred. Hearing the Hall Spirit speak like a living creature, Yin Zhaoga and the others all had a strange feeling in their hearts. The lofty emperor didn't care about the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit. Instead, he said, Taoist Cloud Conquest, why don't you lend me a hand? No matter what differences we have, at least we can work together. The Pill Hall's vast amount of treasures will eventually fall into the hands of the Prime Clear lineage and the Three Clear lineage. There are some situations that I need to inform you of as soon as possible. Cloud Emperor didn't hide it from him. The demon race's leading expert isn't ordinary. It's highly possible that it's the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's longevity god's mount, the white deer. It's an ancient demon with tyrannical strength and is familiar with the environment here. The lofty emperor's voice carried a hint of surprise. Oh, an old demon like that personally came? Chapter 1265. After hearing the news about the white deer demon, Lofty Sovereign felt a little surprised. However, he calmed down after that. This old demon still hasn't shown himself. If he really interferes, we should speed up and settle the problem before he shows himself. Lofty Sovereign, Zhang Buxu's tone suddenly changed. He said to the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit, since you've developed your own intelligence, you should know more about longevity god's mount, the white deer, than us. Since that old demon didn't perish during the Great Calamity, after so many years have passed, his cultivation might be even more terrifying. With your current situation, you might not be his opponent. Why don't you team up with us and deal with that old demon first? The Pill Hall's Hall Spirit said coldly. What a glib tongue. As they were talking, the void far away suddenly trembled. Someone was approaching. There were two people approaching. One of them was a youth in white clothes and a jade crown. He was the little sword god, Long Shueji, that they hadn't seen for a long time. The other one was Yin Zhaoga's father, Yin Di. The two of them had obviously met each other coincidentally when they were exploring the path within the hall's cosmos. Then, they decided to travel together and arrived here. Upon seeing this, Yin Zhaoga and the others immediately went forward. After greeting each other, They quickly informed each other about the information they had. Yin Di and Long Xueji were slightly surprised by the current situation. The Hall spirit developing its own intelligence was one thing, and the demon race's leading expert strength was another. Since we can't get through to the Hall spirit, why don't we finish him off quickly while he's distracted with the ritual? Long Xueji said calmly. By then, we can rely on the Pill Hall's geographical advantage to fight against that white deer. Emperor Yin said, I have the same thought. However, if we can't solve it in a short time, we might be attacked by the demon race. Secondly, if the demon race has already colluded with the Hall spirit, I'm afraid we're already in a dangerous situation. If they really colluded with each other, we won't be able to escape from the Pill Hall even if we want to. Why don't we cut off all our means of retreat and focus our attacks on one point, said Long Xueji. Yin Zhaoga pondered and said, It's not that we can't give it a try. Through the observation of the North Ocean clone at the control hub, Yin Zhaoga knew that almost all the outsiders who entered the Pill Hall had already entered the area shrouded by shadows. Other than Yin Di, who had already met up with him, Niet Jing Shun, Yi, and Mars Halberd shouldn't be too far away. At this distance, it was not impossible to deal with Hall's spirit awakened sky. On the other hand, that old deer was the real problem. Long Xueji didn't speak much. He immediately transformed into a sword light and flew towards the place where lofty, sovereign Zhang Buxu was fighting. The Cloud Conquest Emperor did the same. The Pill Hall's Hall spirit strength was extremely strong. However, before he had reincarnated into a human, his understanding of the logic was rather vague. It was hard to use a martial artist's cultivation to differentiate and define his strength. Even the attacks of two true immortal emperors could pose a threat to him. On the other hand, the aftermath of the battle between Lofty Sovereign and Lofty Sovereign was a threat to the mortal realm martial artists who had yet to push open the gate of immortality. As such, Yin Zhaoga, Yin Di, and He Mian remained where they were without moving, allowing the Lofty Sovereign and the others to make their move without any reservations. Then, they would consider what to do next. At the same time, the three of them extended their consciousness outwards, keeping an eye on their surroundings. On the other side, the main attacker was still Zhang Buxu. However, after Long Xueji and the Cloud Conquest Emperor joined in, the pressure on the Hall spirit had obviously increased. After all, the two of them couldn't be measured using normal true immortals. While Yin Zhaoga was observing the situation outside, he was also trying to sense the Pill Hall's Hall spirit situation. The ritual had already started. Under such circumstances, the Hall spirit was being surrounded by Long Xueji and the others. The possibility of the ritual failing was very high. If that was the case, what was the point of him continuing to persist? As Yin Zhaoga was thinking, he faintly felt that something was wrong. As the two sides were fighting, a shocking radiance suddenly erupted from the dark cosmos void where the medicine warehouse was. It was as if a brilliant sun was slowly rising in front of Yin Zhaoga and the others. Outside of the radiance, three black shadows were flying around, as if they were sunspots. Naturally, they were Long Xueji and the others. Other than the familiar Long Xueji and the Cloud Conquest Emperor, there was also a handsome and elegant middle-aged man. This middle-aged man sat in a lotus position within the void, and a zither was placed on his knees. As the zither vibrated, streaks of shapeless sword chi were dancing between the heavens and earth, slashing towards the brilliant sun. It was the prime clear seven-string sword that the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu, was famous for. Currently, he was the main attacker, while Long Xueji and the Cloud Conquest Emperor were assisting from the side. The three prime, clear sword cultivators unleashed an attack that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Baleful chi rushed into the sky, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The boundless, ruthless sword intent turned the entire cosmos void into a land of death. The brilliant sun's radiance was flickering, and it was flickering. Within the radiance, a human silhouette appeared, and waves of fragrance were emitted. The fragrance wasn't pungent, but it was everlasting and didn't dissipate even after a long time. Even if the battle between the two sides had caused the void to leak and the cosmos to be devastated, the fragrance was still quietly drifting around, causing one to be intoxicated by it. As expected, they used a large amount of divine pills, spirit herbs, and treasures stored within the medicine warehouse to refine the body. Seeing this, Yin Zhaogan knew what was going on. However, his gaze flickered slightly. Only, something doesn't seem right. As he was thinking, Yin Zhaoga suddenly felt an extremely horrifying intent appearing in the nearby void. It didn't come from afar, and it was quickly approaching. Instead, it seemed to have risen from its original spot. It had always been nearby, but there were no signs of it appearing. That horrifying intent almost caused everyone's body to feel numb, and their souls to tremble. Other than the lofty sovereign Zhang Buxu, who was in a slightly better condition, the others, no matter if it was Long Xueji, the Cloud Conquest Emperor, or Yin Zhaoga and the others who were watching from the side, all felt a heavy pressure on their bodies, as if they couldn't move. Everyone felt something, and they all raised their heads. They saw an old man standing in the void. He wore a yellow scarf on his head and a crane cloak on his body. His face was like jade, and his beard was fluttering downwards. He was holding onto a 9-jointed cane with a coiling dragon made of withered vines, and was smiling at everyone. Those who had already pushed open the immortal door are basically all here, right? Asked the old man leisurely. The Pill Hall spirit said coldly, "That's right. Other than a leakless immortal artifact floating outside, everyone who had pushed open the immortal door are all here." The old man laughed and shook his head. "It's less than what I expected." Yin Zhaoga looked at the old man carefully, and the scene deep within his memories surfaced in his mind. The other party was Lord Longevity God's mount, the white deer. Before the great calamity, this old deer had once entered the heavenly court's divine palace's martial repository together with Longevity God. Even though it had taken on the form of a white deer, it had also temporarily transformed into a human form. Under Longevity God's guidance, it had researched a secret art in the martial repository. Yin Zhaoga could recognize the other party's identity with just a glance. Yin Di, the Cloud Conquest Emperor, and the others had guessed the old man's identity based on the records in the ancient books and the image in the legends. Everyone's attention wasn't even on the coiling dragon cane. It wasn't because the cane was inconspicuous. Instead, it was because the old deer in front of them had already caused them to shiver. The lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu, frowned. He stared at the white deer demon, and his lips moved. Heavenly Monarch, Chapter 1266. The cultivation of the demon race was extremely similar to that of the Taoist martial artists. Therefore, when the white deer demon who had transformed into an old man revealed his true form, Lofty Sovereign and the others could faintly sense it. The old monster in front of him had refined all 5 types of deity chi. Apparently, he was at the heavenly lord realm of the 5 chis collecting. In a monster race, he could be called a little saint. And what made people's hearts heavier was the seemingly unremarkable walking stick in Old Deer's hand. The coiling dragon staff was the accompanying treasure of the heavenly court's divine palace's Lord Longevity God in pre-Great Calamity times. It wasn't a weapon, nor could it be classified as an immortal weapon. Still, its might surpassed that of many immortal artifacts. Back then, when the old deer was in the mortal realm, he stole this treasure and traveled with it. Later on, Lord Longevity God brought it back to the heavenly court. Now that the great calamity had passed and the white deer demon had escaped, the coiling dragon staff had once again fallen into his hands. Lofty Sovereign Zhang Buxu sighed. As the strings of his zither vibrated, the sword chi no longer attacked the hall spirit, but faintly pointed towards the white deer. Don't worry about the matters here. Let's just leave as many as we can. Zhang Buxu shook his head and sighed. The strength of the white deer demon was enough to suppress everyone except for the temple spirit. Unfortunately, the temple spirit was in cahoots with him. Now, even if the hall spirit didn't make a move and just calmly completed the ritual that he had been longing for, the current situation was still extremely bad for the others. Zhang Buxu took a step forward and charged towards the white deer demon. It was not that he was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of others, but if the white deer demon wanted to pick a target, he would definitely choose him, the only Xian immortal. The others posed no threat to the white deer demon, who had the 5 cheese unification. Sure enough, the white deer demon chuckled and stretched out his hand to grab Zhang Buxu. He opened up his 5 fingers and circulated the power of the 5 elements. It was as though a world of creation was pressing down on Zhang Buxu. As the demonic qi surged into the skies, it actually seemed to be formed from the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture and the life creation heavenly scripture of the jade, clear lineage. Once upon a time, the heavenly court's divine palace's Lord Longevity God was a personal disciple of the jade, clear primordial heavenly Lord. The white deer demon's ultimate arts were mostly imparted to him by Lord Longevity God. Then he combined them with his own demonic arts, eventually transforming them into the path that was most suitable for him. Zhang Buxu's eyes turned solemn as he plucked the strings of his zither. The sound of the zither rippled out and turned into rays of black sword rays that crisscrossed in the void, forming a dense and sharp sword net that intercepted his opponent's palm. Then, with a flash of red light, he fled in another direction. The white deer demon did not even look at the black sword net and continued to grab at it. As his palm descended, a sound suddenly rang out. It was not the white deer spirit who spoke. Instead, as he moved, a sound rang out. That voice sounded as if the deities and Buddhas were singing together. Within the void, within the Pill Hall's cosmos, runes lit up one after another. Then they connected to form streaks of light. As the ribbons of light trembled, a pleasant and profound celestial sound rang out in this world. After the initial sound, it gradually became softer. It wasn't that the volume had dropped, but rather that it had become even more profound and incomprehensible. It was in line with the profundity of the elephant's strange form and the great sound's strange sound. As soon as this voice sounded, other than the lofty sovereign Zhang Buxu, who was in the profound immortal realm, everyone else felt as if their minds are going to be completely emptied, and they fell into a dazed state. Nothing to think about, nothing to think about, nothing to think about, nothing to remember. Everything was blank. It was as if their entire body had been assimilated by the great Tao's voice. The peerless infinity phenomenon within Yin Zhaoge's body appeared. Only then did his soul's thoughts become a little more relaxed. However, he could still feel that his thoughts were being suppressed. He remained calm and didn't display any special expression. He observed in secret. He saw that the grand simplicity splendor cloud had already appeared above his father's head. The clouds were constantly changing. Other than Yin Di, who was in a slightly better condition, Long Xueji and He Mian were both in a daze. The Cloud Conquest Emperor was in a slightly better condition. However, he was in a state where he was alternating between being awake and in a daze. Sonorous voice of the great Tao. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. Leakless true immortal. Tranquil profound immortal. Grand virtual immortal. Grand virtual, also known as great virtual. It was the appearance of Tao. The Tao was grand and tranquil. It was the foundation of the world, and even surpassed creation. Only when the 5 cheese unifications in one's chest could one truly come into contact with the profundities of the great Tao. When one's martial arts reached this level, the word martial could already be removed from the front of the martial Tao. The sonorous voice of the great Tao was the most obvious characteristic when a virtual immortal expert was fighting against another. It was profound, ethereal, and unfathomable. When the sonorous voice resounded, even if it was a leakless true immortal, an expert who had already pushed open the immortal door, they would be suppressed and assimilated. They would be in a state where they knew nothing. To a martial art practitioner, this wasn't a bad thing. It would allow them to comprehend the profundities of martial arts. With half the effort, they would be able to achieve twice the results. It was a profound state that could only be encountered. However, if one was in such a state while fighting against another, it would be no different from being trampled upon. As a profound immortal, the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu wouldn't be suppressed by the white deer demon's sonorous voice of the great Tao. However, when the sonorous voice resounded, his zither sound instantly became indiscernible. The white deer demon grabbed onto the black sword net with his bare hands and forcefully tore it apart. After breaking through the black sword net, the palm continued downwards and grabbed toward Zhang Buxu. Zhang Buxu flicked his fingers continuously. Red, white, green, and black sword lights filled the sky. The different sword lights fused together in pairs and in threes. They continuously changed and intertwined with each other. Together, they performed a soul-stirring zither song. The zither sound became louder again, compared to the sonorous voice of the great Tao released by the white deer demon. Although it was faint, it was light and didn't dissipate. It was still melodious and wasn't suppressed by his opponent. When the white deer demon made his move, the brilliant sun started fading back into the darkness of the void. Yin Zhaoge could feel a cold gaze sweeping past him. The hatred and killing intent contained within the gaze was so strong that Yin Zhaoge suspected that the other party would stop the ritual and kill him first. However, the hall spirit didn't make a move in the end. The white deer demon glanced at the brilliant sun that was about to disappear. His gaze flickered as if he had some thoughts. However, when he looked at Zhang Buxu in front of him, the old white deer felt frustrated. He couldn't even take down Zhang Buxu in the first place. He felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to teach Zhang Buxu a lesson, the white deer demon's ears suddenly trembled. He immediately raised his head and scanned his left and right. As if he noticed something, the white deer demon turned around and glared at the brilliant sun that was about to disappear. He shouted, "Who's that?" "Enemy," answered the pill hall spirit indifferently. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge could see through the North Ocean clone that was located at the central control hub. Another outsider had barged into the pill hall. There wasn't only one person that entered. However, the person in front was as fast as lightning. In almost an instant, he passed through layers of void and entered the core area that was shrouded by shadows. The pill hall's complicated universe's space was nothing in his eyes. As he entered, the shadows shrouding the purple divine pavilion, pill storage, and other core areas all disappeared. Chapter 1267. As that person advanced, the light screen in front of the North Ocean clone's eyes started becoming blurry. It was hard to display the pill hall's internal structure and pathways. At the cosmic void where Yin Zhaoge and the others were, a fiery light suddenly lit up. The fiery light didn't come from far to near. Instead, the moment it lit up, the blazing flames engulfed the cosmic void, turning the dark cosmos into a world of flames. Seeing this, the white deer demon's expression turned ugly. Facing the fiery light, he placed the coiling dragon crutch in front of his chest. He turned his head to look at the pill hall spirit and scolded, "You already knew about the existence of such a person. Yet, you plan on using me as your shield? How dare you? Aren't you planning on dealing with me and the others as well?" The hall spirit, awakened sky, replied calmly, "If you want to lay your hands on my pill hall, you will have to face this opponent. What's the harm in knowing about it?" The white deer demon sneered. "This fake body of yours is refined from countless elixirs and heavenly treasures. This old man will deal with you first. After obtaining these treasures, I'll take as many benefits as I can." After saying that, he didn't care about Zhang Buxu anymore. He picked up the coiling dragon crutch and smashed it towards the disappearing sun. As the crutch landed, the brilliant sun that had already disappeared within the darkness was immediately forced to fly out from the void. Under the horrifying pressure, the sun's shape distorted, as if it had turned from a perfect circle to a flat circle. The hall spirit that could still survive the joint attacks of the 3' clear sword cultivators, Lofty Sovereign, Cloud Emperor, and Long Shueji, was having a hard time defending itself. The brilliant sun was about to shatter. However, a silhouette gradually appeared within the sun. The silhouette was getting clearer and clearer. It was a boy who looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old. On his rosy white face, there wasn't any innocence of a child. Only coldness and seriousness could be seen. Between his brows, his gaze was filled with viciousness and fierceness. He stared at the white, deer demon coldly. When Yin Zhaoge saw it, he understood that this was the shell that the Pill Hall spirit had forged for himself. Only, when Yin Zhaoge saw this shell, he felt that something was amiss, something's wrong. The next moment, the boy put his palms together, and the sunlight surrounding him began to compress further. Without waiting for the white deer demon's crutch to completely fall, the boy suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed. The sun formed by the brilliant sunlight exploded on its own. Countless rays of golden light spread out in all directions. Below the boy's body, the golden light continued to compress inward until it finally collapsed, forming a huge black hole. With the help of the golden light, the boy successfully fell into the black hole. The white deer demon was taken aback. This was because the ritual of the Pill Hall spirit had yet to be completed. But he himself had stopped the ritual and used the explosive power to escape. As such, although he had left, the reincarnation ritual had actually failed. This was not a matter of having a chance to start all over again. If he failed, all his previous efforts would go to waste. With the eyesight of the white deer demon, he could even see that the boy's body was gradually disintegrating, as if it was about to turn back into immortal elixirs and spirit treasures. He gave up so easily just to avoid his opponent. The white deer demon's instincts told him that something was wrong. Unfortunately, the old white deer didn't have much time to think about it. A dragon's roar could be vaguely heard from the sea of flames far away. A tall figure walked out from the flames. He had short hair, and his eyes were like lightning. The old white deer wanted to chase after the Pill Hall spirit, but the fire dragons were already rushing towards him. On the other side, Yin Zhaoge and the others were affected by the black hole suction force. Everyone fell down together and were sucked into the black hole. The black hole disappeared in an instant. The old white deer was both shocked and furious. He had no choice but to face the new opponent in front of him first. Yin Zhaoge, who had fallen into the black hole, saw the space in front of his eyes changing. He only managed to regain his calmness after a long while. I'm still within the Pill Hall's cosmic void. Only, I don't know where I am now. Yin Zhaoge looked at his surroundings. The light screen in front of the North Ocean clone, who was at the central hub, was still blurry. The central hub was currently in a paralyzed state and couldn't help Yin Zhaoge determine his position. However, even so, Yin Zhaoge could still feel that the void he was in was still trembling, and he could feel the scorching heat. The ongoing battle had affected the entire Pill Hall's cosmos. The Hall spirit wasn't in the Purple Divine Pavilion right now. Yin Zhaoge even suspected that the Hall might be destroyed by this battle. There was no need to say much about the newcomer. With such might, such cultivation, and such strength, it was naturally the exalted fire, Su Mingzhong. He had arrived in time and saved Yin Zhaoge and the others from their predicament. However, he had also given the Hall spirit, Awakened Sky, a chance. Indeed, as I expected, the ritual of the Hall spirit is indeed strange. Yin Zhaoge already understood. The ritual that the Hall spirit, Awakened Sky, executed near the medicine warehouse was only his first plan. If everything went smoothly and he succeeded, nothing else needed to be said. However, if there was any mistake, he would immediately use the ritual to escape. For example, Yin Zhaoge might catch him, or the white deer demon might plot against him, or Su Mingzhong might kill him. However, if that was the case, he would definitely have a second plan. Other than that, the ritual he used just now seemed a little weird. Yin Zhaoge frowned. He's the Pill Hall spirit, and not the martial repository spirit like me. Why would he know such an unpopular secret art? Who taught him that? As for his second plan, Yin Zhaoge didn't dare to delay any longer, and he quickly moved forward. The fragrance of medicine spread over and naturally guided Yin Zhaoge's path. After following the fragrance for a while, Yin Zhaoge found his target. Within the dark void, purple-golden radiance shone. Within the purple-golden radiance, a black-clothed youth sat cross-legged. It was Nie Jingshan. Previously, Nie Jingshan didn't make it to the medicine warehouse in time. However, After the Pill Hall's Hall spirit stopped the ritual and changed its direction, it came straight for him. This was the Hall spirit, Awakened Sky's second plan. For a Hall spirit like him to reincarnate into a human, he couldn't use the method of possession. However, there were 49 uses for everything in the world. There would always be an exception. Nie Jingshin's earlier heaven nascent form was the exception of the Pill Hall's Hall spirit, Awakened Sky's reincarnation. It was the one and only body that he could possess and turn into a human. Suo Mingzhong and the White Deer Demon were the two existences that could threaten him. Now that they were restraining each other, he could do whatever he wanted. Yin Zhaoge even suspected that this was the Hall Spirit's true plan. Everything that happened previously was just a cover. Currently, Nie Jingshin was sitting cross-legged. He was concealing his qi and qi. It was obvious that he was resisting against the other party's possession. On top of his head, the body of a boy that the Hall Spirit, Awakened Sky, had transformed into his forming seals with both of his hands. His hand seals were constantly changing. His body was gathering and dispersing at times. As expected, it was collapsing. However, this didn't affect his immense strength. Although his strength couldn't be forcefully differentiated using the Taoist standard, the horrifying aura wasn't any weaker than the White Deer Demon. He wanted to possess Nie Jingshin, who was only a human immortal. This made Nie Jingshin's resistance seem futile. The black-clothed youth opened his eyes. His gaze was constantly changing. Sometimes it was firm and tenacious like before. However, most of the time, it was as cold and murderous as the boy on top of his head. This cold gaze was currently staring at Yin Zhaoge. Chapter 1268. Stared at by the other party. Yin Zhaoge also felt a chill run through his entire body, as though he was in a perilous situation where death was certain. Kid who stole my profound sky, purple gold furnace, it's great that you've delivered yourself to me. A cold voice rang out. Nie Jingshin, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up once again. The boy on his head did the same thing. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge knew that the Hall Spirit, Awakened Sky, could fight against others in this state. Moreover, unlike the ritual from before, where his power was greatly restricted, the current him could almost use all of his power to his heart's content. Although he did not hear the sonorous voice of the great Tao, the vigorous power that came from his every movement was similar to that of the White Deer Demon in the Five Energies Unification Realm. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm. You've really put a lot of effort into this. However, even though you can unleash a great amount of power to fight against others, you still need time to completely take over Senior Apprentice Brother Nie's body. The exalted fire might arrive at any time. Well, according to what you're used to calling me, perhaps calling me the new Lord of Firestar will make it easier for you to understand. Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Moreover, that old white deer might also turn around and deal with you together. The Hall Spirit said indifferently, You talkative child, before they come, it is enough for me to kill you 1,000 times. Yin Zhaoge, however, no longer looked at him. Instead, he turned to look in another direction, smacking his lips as he said, Tisk, I should have long since guessed that it would be you. Right beside Nie Jingshin, or rather, the Hall Spirit, there was a huge armchair placed in the void. On the chair, a purple-clothed youth was leaning against the wall, watching Yin Zhaoge conversing with the Hall Spirit with great interest. It was precisely the upper exalt Chun Qianhua, whom they had not seen for a long time. No, I indeed can't call you the upper exalt now. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. I wonder if you have your own emperor title now. While they hadn't exchanged blows, Yin Zhaoge could tell from Chun Qianhua's aura that the purple-clothed youth in front of him had taken the final step and successfully pushed open the immortal door, ascending to the leakless realm. At this moment, he was no longer a human immortal, but a true immortal. He pushed open the immortal door and was different from ordinary people. Chun Qianhua's strength was already extraordinary to begin with, and he looked down on his peers. Once he ascended to immortal ascension, he would at least have the strength of one of the top 5 true immortals in the world. And this was just a conservative estimate. Moreover, It was referring to when he had just pushed open the immortal door. If he was given more time to accumulate, he would be even more terrifying. Furthermore, he had the immortal artifact, the heavenly heart ruler. One could easily imagine the difference between the immortal weapons in the hands of a human immortal and the immortal weapons in the hands of a true immortal. Emperor title? That's not important. Chun Xianhua said indifferently, I don't really care about everything in this pill hall. He looked at Yin Zhaoge with a strange expression in his eyes. I'm only interested in the pill hall's hall spirit's intelligence. At the same time, I'm surprised that you, your father, and Ye Jingshen are here as well. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Indeed, the strangeness of that ritual just now was related to you. When the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, was at the medicine warehouse, he used divine pills and spirit treasures as materials to forge a shell for himself to undergo the transformation ritual. At first glance, Yin Zhaoge felt that something was amiss. The transformation technique was rather obscure, yet it was extremely intricate. These techniques weren't related to one's cultivation realm. Even experts with high cultivation realms might not know about them, as they rarely had the chance to come into contact with them. Only those who were knowledgeable and knew about the past and present might know a thing or two about them. He wanted to transform into a human. I felt that this was quite interesting, so I came up with an idea. Chun Xianhua smiled nonchalantly. Yin Zhaoge pouted, true. Only you would do something like this. Currently, amongst everyone in the pill hall, Chun Xianhua was probably the only one who would do something like helping the pill hall's hall spirit sincerely. Even if the others joined forces with the hall spirit, it was only because of temporary benefits. They would scheme against each other and wait for a chance to take action. After all, everyone's target was the pill hall's treasures and even the pill hall itself. To the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, they were all his enemies. He wanted to transform into a human in order to get rid of the pill hall's restraints. He wanted to recover his injuries, as well as the possibility to continue cultivating. However, this didn't mean that he was willing to give up his control and ownership of the pill hall. On the contrary, after transforming into a human, he still maintained his control over the pill hall. In fact, his control over the pill hall was even stronger. He didn't need to be in the core purple divine pavilion to freely control the pill hall. In the end, no matter who won, they would still have to deal with the hall spirit, Awakened Sky. The only person who could stand on the same side as the Awakened Sky was Chun Xianhua. After all, what Chun Xianhua was interested in wasn't the pill hall itself or the treasures within. Although Chun Xianhua entered the pill hall later than Yin Zhaoge and the others, due to some special reasons, he managed to contact the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, very quickly. As a result, the two of them clicked together. Of course, the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, might not trust him previously. However, Chun Xianhua didn't mind it. With the passage of time and the development of the situation, his actions had already proven himself. Although he was strong, the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, wasn't worried about him. Compared to the white deer demon, the two of them were the true allies that colluded together. In just a few words, silhouettes were traversing through the void. More and more people were getting closer. Yin Di, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd arrived one after another. After everyone was within a relatively close range, Yin Zhaoge had a way to secretly contact them. The hall spirit, Awakened Sky, watched everything indifferently. As long as it wasn't Suo Ming Zhang or the white deer demon, he didn't care. At this moment, he was even stronger than when he was surrounded by Zhang Buxu, the Cloud Conquest Emperor, and Long Shueji. I still want to see if I can break your grand simplicity, Splendor Cloud. Chun Xianhua's eyes lit up upon seeing Yin Di. Yin Zhaoge and the others came to a realization. Before he pushed open the immortal door, he had obtained the heaven-opening scripture. Chun Xianhua was already very strong to begin with. Now that he had obtained the heaven-opening scripture and the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, other than the peerless heavenly scripture, he also had the early Heaven 3 scriptures and the later Heaven 6 scriptures. Even if he did not push open the door of immortality, his strength would still increase. To push open the gate of immortality on this foundation and achieve a leakless body was even more eye-catching. Yindi's expression was calm, as he was fearless. However, when he saw Nie Jingshan's expression flickering, he couldn't help but frown. The heavenly young master, Chun Xianhua. I've never had the chance to meet you. If I were to miss this chance, I don't know when I'll have the chance to fight against you again. At this moment, a white-clothed youth with a jade crown came from a void. Long Xueji. Chun Xianhua blinked. You're indeed strong. However, there's no fun in fighting against you. Long Xueji said calmly. That's not up to you. As he spoke, he raised his sword and stabbed towards Chun Xianhua. Chapter 1269. Long Xueji stabbed out with his sword, and a vast expanse of white sword qi instantly poured towards Chun Xianhua like a heavenly river flowing in reverse. You're in the way. Chun Xianhua rolled his eyes and flew up, dodging the white sword qi. It was as if he had long anticipated that Long Xueji would have this sword. Long Xueji's gaze was like ice. With just a thought, streaks of green sword light suddenly shot out from the white river of sword qi, resembling numerous green dragons soaring into the sky. Celestial Slaying Sword. With such attainments in the Celestial Slaying Sword, it won't be so boring. Chun Xianhua's eyes lit up slightly. He did not dodge. Instead, he straightened his palm like a saber and slashed downwards. At the edge of his palm, strands of celestial energy intertwined, faintly discernible, turning into an object that looked like an axe, yet wasn't an axe, yet seemed like a banner. A terrifying aura that could split the heavens and split the earth manifested, clashing with Long Xueji's sword light that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. The Prime Clear and Jade Clear lineages did not stop there. It was an eternal struggle. The Celestial Slaying Sword battled, the heaven-opening book again. 200 years ago, little sword god. 100 years ago, young Master Tian. When Chun Xianhua had risen to prominence, Long Xueji had long since vanished from the world beyond worlds. The two of them had never met face to face. Now that they finally met, a leakless true immortal who had also pushed open the gate of immortality, a great battle immediately ensued. Seeing that Long Xueji had taken on Chun Xianhua, Yindi retracted his gaze and looked at the Pill Hall's hall spirit again. There, Nie Jingshan's situation had become precarious. His gaze turned cold and dense, exactly the same as the boy above him who was on the verge of collapsing. He ignored everyone else, only focusing on Yin Zhaoge. Everything in this Pill Hall belongs to me. The hall spirit, awakened sky, said indifferently. Return my profound sky purple golden furnace first. With that, without him making a move, Yin Zhaoge felt as if the surrounding space had solidified, squeezing him right in the middle, making him virtually unable to move. As the profound sky purple gold furnace shook, it actually really wanted to break free from Yin Zhaoge's control and fly towards the hall spirit. Audacious little brat. Today, I will let you know what it means to crush your bones and scatter your ashes. The palace spirit said coldly. Yin Zhaoge could only feel the surrounding pressure growing greater and greater, wanting to crush his entire body into smithereens. It wasn't as simple as being crushed into minced meat. Instead, every bit of flesh and bone in his body disintegrated from the inside out, turning into nothingness and scattering away in the wind. Fortunately, you're just a hall spirit, and not a hall spirit that has completely taken over a human's body. Faced with pain that normal people would find hard to endure, while Yin Zhaoge's brows were tightly knit, his gaze remained focused and calm. Luckily, you are not that old white deer. Just at this moment, light suddenly lit up on Yin Zhaoge's body. Above his head, a seal quietly floated, and then rapidly expanded, turning into a giant formation that enveloped all directions. The temple spirit was startled at first, but it soon realized that the array couldn't resist its power. It couldn't help but sneer. Ignorant child. However, before he could finish his words, runes rose above the heads of Yin Di, Mars Halberd, and Yu Yi as well, forming a formation. This was not enough for the hall spirit to care. However, at the same time, on top of his own head, or more accurately, on top of Nie Jingshan's head, a talisman appeared and expanded into a spirit design. How could this be? Hall's spirit awakened Sky was shocked. Although he had yet to succeed in taking over Nie Jingshen's body, if Nie Jingshen was hiding some kind of ritual within his body, it was impossible for him not to notice it. However, Yin Zhaoge's secret art was bizarre. His sudden attack caught Awakened Sky off guard. However, after a short moment of surprise, Awakened Sky regained his composure. Compared to his strength, the formation itself appeared to be very fragile. Even so, Awakened Sky didn't plan to let himself remain within the formation. Who knew what other tricks the Hall Spirit would come up with? However, when Awakened Sky was about to break the formation, the 5 formations had already connected into one. Within the 5 formations, there was a treasure each. They were the Dim Radiant Wheel, Extreme Yang Seal, Evil Sword Tao Dai, Cloud Circulating Heavenly Light Sword, and Light In Sword Seal. At this moment, the 5 treasures returned to Yin Zhaoge's hand. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd each occupied the center of the 4 formations. Nie Jingshen's body was enveloped by the 5th formation. As the 5 formations fused into one, rays of radiance pierced through the heavens and the earth. They spread in all directions and quickly spread to every corner of the hall's cosmos. Awakened Sky realized to his surprise that he couldn't control his body anymore. Not only could he not control Nie Jingshen's body, but the entire Pill Hall seemed to have broken away from his control as the Hall Spirit. Yin Zhaoge was at the center of the 5 formations. He half squatted down and changed his hand seals. Then his left hand pointed towards his forehead, and his right hand pointed towards the runes of the formation in front of him. The formation shook violently, and Nie Jingshen's body shook violently as well. In the next moment, the cold radiance within Nie Jingshen's eyes dissipated, and he regained his original expression. Although he was still firm and cold, it wasn't like before, where he didn't seem to have any emotions. Nie Jingshen let out a long sigh. He looked at Yin Zhaoge and nodded, indicating that he was fine. Yin Zhaoge and the others also let out a sigh of relief. Nie Jingshen looked up and saw the boy on top of his head suddenly letting out a furious roar. As the purplish-golden radiance circulated, it was restricted to a corner. Then, the boy who was flickering with purple radiance uncontrollably moved towards the center of the formation. Other than Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Nie Jingshen, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd were situated at the 4 corners of the formation. They also formed their hand seals and sat cross-legged within the formation, cooperating with Yin Zhaoge, who was at the center of the formation. As the 5 of them worked together, the purple radiance on the boy's body was continuously being worn down. The Hall Spirit Awakened Sky kept roaring furiously. However, he felt that his body had entered a state of paralysis. He had his strength, but he couldn't utilize it. It was like a snake being held by its weak spot. During the process of you taking over Senior Apprentice Brother Nie's body, you couldn't see through his memories. Yin Zhaoge said quietly, "If that's the case, you won't have a chance when the 5 of us are here." Long Shueji knew about it when he went to the roving Jade Heavens to look for the 5th person to lay down the formation. As such, when he arrived, he didn't stare at the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit. Instead, he helped Yin Di to receive Chun Xianhua. Although it might involve the conflict of interest between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens, it was something that should only be considered after they succeeded. Before that, they had to control the Hall Spirit Awakened Sky. Otherwise, no one here would be able to survive. Chun Xianhua was also looking at the formation laid down by Yin Zhaoge and the others in astonishment. He didn't feel defeated, but rather surprised. Being able to witness such a good show, I didn't come here for nothing. Chun Xianhua was amazed. Yin Zhaoge didn't have the mood to care about him. He was only controlling the formation to squeeze the Hall Spirit Awakened Sky dry and obtain the complete control over the Pill Hall. The boy's body finally disintegrated completely. It was fixed in the form of streams of light and no longer transformed continuously. Among the streams of light, a cloud of smoke slowly rose. It seemed like the normal medicinal qi produced during pill refinement. However, the medicinal qi was the key to controlling the pill hall. Yin Zhaoge revealed a joyful expression when he saw it. However, his heart trembled very quickly, and he turned his head to the other side. Within the void, the sound of a zither suddenly resounded. Lofty Sovereign, Zhang Buxu. Chapter 1270. In the void, an elegant middle-aged man appeared, carrying a zither case on his back. As he walked leisurely, the sound of the zither lingered in the ears. He was Lofty Sovereign, Zhang Buxu. Hearing the sound of the zither resounding, Yin Zhaoge and the others instantly frowned. When they were facing the threat of the pill hall's hall spirit and the white deer demon together, they were allies and stood on the same side. But now, seeing that the pill hall's hall spirit couldn't do anything anymore, the Lofty Sovereign, Zhang Buxu, suddenly appeared. They might not be on the same side anymore. They cooperated at the front, then became enemies at the back. The situation was just that subtle. No matter if it was Yin Zhaoge's group or Zhang Buxu, they didn't hesitate to change their identities. Even prime clear martial art practitioners like Long Xueji and Yi frowned inwardly upon seeing Zhang Buxu's arrival. Looking at the grand formation erected in the void, and the pill qi formed from the suppression of the pill hall's hall spirit, Zhang Buxu's expression revealed an unconcealable astonishment. This Zhang has also seen little friend Yan's portrait before. Now that I've met you in person for the first time, it seems that knowing you by reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. Lofty Sovereign's gaze fell on the center of the formation, on Yin Zhaoge, who is obviously the leader of the formation. The fallen deity lives up to his name. Yin Zhaoge answered in a heavy tone, "Lofty Sovereign, you overpraise me. It was just a coincidence. I was lucky enough to succeed. Before that, I was also sweating profusely. Little friend Yin, there's no need to drag things out." Lofty Sovereign smiled. Logically speaking, it would be embarrassing for an old man like me to snatch opportunities from juniors like you, especially now that I have to take advantage of you and reap the benefits. However, everyone understands the value and significance of the pill hall. I can only thicken my skin and make an exception for once. Zhang Buxu looked around and felt the turbulence of the pill hall's internal universe's space-time, as well as the invisible rising temperature. He sighed at Suoming Zhang. I didn't expect him to be involved in this matter. Now, I have to thank that old white deer. Otherwise, there would be no hope. He slowly walked towards Yin Zhaoge and the others within the grand formation. Currently, the pill hall's hall spirit was being suppressed and weakened. Even if the formation were to dissipate, the hall spirit, awakened sky, wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. With Zhang Buxu's cultivation, it was sufficient for him to collect the pill qi. Similarly, his cultivation base was sufficient for him to disregard Yin Zhaoge and the others. The Xian immortal realm was tranquil, undisturbed by the mortal world. Amongst everyone present, the only one who had pushed open the door of immortality and attained the body of a true immortal, Long Xueji, was currently fighting with Chen Qianhua. Chen Qianhua's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Buxu's action. Without the need to communicate with Zhang Buxu, Chen Qianhua was able to entangle Long Xueji, preventing him from escaping for the time being. He didn't care whose hands the pill hall ended up in. However, he was happy to increase the difficulty for Yin Zhaoge and the others. Other than Long Xueji, no matter who it was that faced Zhang Buxu, they would be restricted by their Xiantian cultivation and would not be able to do much against him. If Mars Halberd was a defensive-type immortal artifact, Yin Zhaoge might still have a chance to defend himself after wearing it. However, it was a pity that this was a weapon used for killing. Against the Lofty Sovereign, it was useless. As for the formation itself, it was only used against the Hall Spirit. It was useless against experts like Lofty Sovereign or White Deer Demon. Lofty Sovereign Zhang Buxu's movements were light and casual as the sound of the zither followed. However, the radiance of the formation maintained by Yin Zhaoge and the others began to fluctuate unceasingly on the verge of collapse. The 5 people in the formation, with Yin Zhaoge as their leader, were all feeling immense pressure. Although this pressure wasn't as huge as the Hall Spirit, awakened sky, it wasn't something that Yin Zhaoge could withstand for now. The melodious and graceful sound of the zither sounded like an unprecedented noise when it landed in Yin Zhaoge's ears. Yin Zhaoge only felt that his ears were about to explode. Not only was his blood boiling, his internal bones were about to rupture, and even his soul was constantly being shaken as if it was about to explode from the inside out. I'll have to gamble on my luck. Yin Zhaoge forcefully calmed himself down and turned his gaze towards Nie Jingshan. Nie Jingshan nodded slightly. Our luck isn't bad. Before he finished speaking, a sound suddenly resounded from the void far away. The sound of a sword. The sudden sound of a sword was like a sharp sword. It slashed apart the zither sound that was enveloping the entire universe. Only the lingering sound was left, and it was hard to continue. Accompanied by the sound of the sword, the majestic sword light instantly arrived in front of Zhang Buxu. Zhang Buxu's expression turned slightly serious. He opened the zither box on his back, and rays of sword chi gushed out from it. They intercepted the sword light that was coming towards him in midair. The two clashed head-on. The sword light dissipated, and Zhang Buxu stopped moving. In the dark void, far away, a straight sword light seemed like it was splitting the universe into two. The sword light was like a path that extended from far away to near. On the path, a silhouette was walking forward, neither too fast nor too slow. However, in an instant, he had already arrived in front of everyone. Nie Jingshan was the first to greet. Disciple Nie Jingshan greets master. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Yin Zhaoge greets senior apprentice uncle Yu. Yin Di also opened his mouth and said, senior apprentice brother Yu. It was a middle-aged man who wore a high crown and ancient clothes. He seemed to be in his 40s. His face was calm, and his gaze was sharp. He was like a sword that could split open the heavens. However, he didn't show any of his sharpness. He just stood there like a lone peak that reached the clouds, which made people admire him. The person who came was one of the three sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, the master of Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag. Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei. In the past, he was the disciple of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted gold luminary Yin Xintong. As a junior, he was one of the three sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, together with the exalted earth luminary Jiang Shun and the exalted concealed luminary Yang Su. Currently, he was the youngest profound immortal expert in both the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens. He was the most outstanding disciple of the three clear lineage among his peers. Previously, he had always been in the void's outskirts and didn't return to the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge didn't expect that the first time he met this senior apprentice uncle, you would be in this pill hall. Previously, when he noticed that other than the exalted fire saw Mingzhong, there were others who entered the pill hall. Yin Zhaoge guessed that Yu Zhenbei might be among them. However, he couldn't be sure. That was why he wanted to gamble on his luck. Now, just like what Nie Jingshan had said, Yin Zhaoge and the others' luck wasn't bad. Yu Zhenbei's expression was solemn. He only nodded slightly towards Yin Zhaoge and the others. Then he looked at Zhang Buxu. Yu Zhenbei, Yin Xintong's disciple. Zhang Buxu was also looking at Yu Zhenbei. Junior apprentice brother Kong perished under your sword, right? I was unfilial and always made my master angry. Fortunately, junior apprentice brother Kong was there to support him. However, he was killed by you. A zither appeared in his palm. Let me see how much of Yin Xintong's inheritance you've received. The sound of the zither resounded again. Green, red, black, and white sword lights filled the sky and intertwined with each other. Boundless miraculous phenomena were born, and they contained an extremely horrifying destructive power. All of them were slashing towards Yu Zhenbei. Yu Zhenbei's expression was calm. You're not the profound sovereign. As he spoke, a pure sword light rose again and pierced through the cosmos.